Hey everybody, how's it going out there? This is Lee and Thomas with the Tavern Brawlers. We're gonna be doing playing some Ethernia on Untap.in right now because we're gonna be starting to play this game and hosting tournaments and having a lot of fun. So we gotta learn how to play this game, right? This will be my
Yeah.
first time actually getting in and messing around with the cards and checking things out. And Thomas is already a level 1 judge, so I'll have him be coaching me through how to play here. We'll get a couple of games in with these intro decks, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
So hey guys, how are you doing? I'm Thomas. So this is Ethernia. It's an expansion TCG, and what that means is that you buy your starter kit as well as your champion packs, and you get all the cards that are set for those specific product. So you get what you need and nothing more. So you're not getting fluff based on like other card games like Yu-Gi-Oh and Magic. 85% of the cards they print are garbage. And the creators of Ethernia um, wanted to create this game for a play to win, not a pay to win.
Yeah, so basically what that means is that I don't have to invest a ton of money into a huge collection, right? I could just get exactly what I need in order to play and then go from there. And then I can play everything I want anytime I want, and it's just all my collection. I don't have to constantly seek cards out. I don't have to headhunt cards. I don't have to fill in my collection by messing around in the secondary marketplace unless I want to get a fancier version of what I already have, which is really nice because that gives you the opportunity to separate your collection from just a basic collection. This way you can invest in the game, invest in what you enjoy. If you like a foil card, then that's a really great way to be able to support the game as well as make your deck foil. And there's going to be exclusive versions of cards like artworks and material types out there that you're going to be able to use for your different components of the game. And that's going to be a lot of fun too.
Yeah, I'm really excited because they use they actually had a Kickstarter that actually just ended at the beginning of February, and they were offering metal champions. And in this game, it's a MOBA esque style game. And the way it's MOBA esque is you have a champion or champions that you can play with, and to win, you have two separate lanes to fight in. And I'll go into more detail about the lanes, but um, essentially, it if you've played Magic before, your life count in each lane is 20. So the aim of the game is to get both your opponent's lanes down to zero before your time is up. And the game is set up for a best of one 50-minute time frame. So
Best of one? Okay.
yeah, best of one. So there's no side decking, which is really nice. Um, it's really it's really innovative how you can, let's say if you're playing in a local event, if you normally play one champion and you know that okay, your next opponent plays a certain style deck, later on down the road, you can change who your champion is at the beginning of the game. So you're going to set your champion face down, and you'll have in your starter deck you have a choice of three different champions. First you have is Hanako. She is an assassin. um, she has the capabilities of dealing like attacking, and then as long as she survives, she has the opportunity to use her effect that lets you retreat that certain copy back to your main deck, and then you can summon a different version with a different name into the opposite lane. So you can attack on a left lane, survive the attack, and then pretty much if you played Yu-Gi-Oh, you could use the Glad Beast effect, is what we called it. We add it back to the deck, and then you play a different unit out. And in this game, they're called Eternals. So you have your champion, which you can play up to three of each of your champion names, and they go in what you call it an Aether deck. So to to sum things up as far as like name wise, so in this game you have Eternals who have the same main name as champions, and you can play up to 10 of a single name. So for instance, if you played Hanako, you could play 10 up to 10 Hanako cards in your main deck, as well as 3 champions in your Aether deck. So they allow you to
So you play your champions in your deck as
in your,
well, or
not in your main deck, it goes in your Aether deck. So it's
and
like an extra deck.
okay. So this 10 over here, that's our regular, that's our resource base, right?
Correct.
So this is our resources, just basically they're stones, or what are they? They are stones, Ethernium stones in this game. If you play other games like Magic, it's mana. If you play Argent Saga, it's shards.
Certainly.
If you play Force of Will, it's also stones. So, yeah, okay, so we got our 10 stone. We have a 10 stone deck over here. And then what the exile, the face down pile over here is full of these other cards. What is this deck called?
Right. So how untap is, there isn't really a set place for your Aether deck.
Mm-hmm.
So I put my Aether deck, which would be my champion deck, in the face down pile.
Mm-hmm.
So that way my opponent can't see what champions I'm playing until I want them to see what champions I'm using.
Okay.
So we've kind of dabbed in the units or Eternals in this game. So I have one out. It's Rain Withering Embrace. She is a four cost unit with haste. And like other games, haste and quickness, they allow you to attack the turn they come out. So units have summoning sickness unless they have that set ability of haste.
So I have a question. Other than just hovering over the card, is there a way on tap to really zoom into a card?
That's a good question. I don't think there is.
Because it's wicked hard to really see in there.
Yeah, it doesn't look like other than hovering over it. Um, I can put. I can link something in the chat. One sec.
You gonna post the print to play link?
Yeah, I'm gonna post the
Yeah.
print and play link that I go through all the time. So if you have any questions, like if you're, um,
I'm probably gonna go ahead and open this up on stream as well. Because I want to be able to read the cards and I want to be able to have anybody else read the cards too.
I don't think they've updated the final wording on the print and play list yet. I know he's working really hard to get all that updated for us.
Yep.
But this will give you just the generic, um, what the cards look like, what their effects are for the most part. Some of the wording.
Yeah.
Okay, so Nick said it would be updated next week.
Okay.
So yeah, so we have, like I said, we have champions. And then in the print and play, if you like wanted to follow along, we have Eternals. And then we also have. So if you're familiar with Yu-Gi-Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh has magic or spell cards. In this game, we have something similar, but they're called charms. Charms, if it is just a singular charm, it's a spell speed 1 that can only be played at the start of your chain. So it can be it can only be the first card you play.
So I'm not a Yu-Gi-Oh player. Can you also introduce these concepts in terms of other games that I have played, being Force of Will, Magic, Argent Saga?
Yeah. So in Magic, it would be a sorcery.
Okay.
So basic charms would be essentially sorceries or magic or spell cards in Yu-Gi-Oh. If they have a lightning bolt next to the word charm, then it becomes a spell speed 2, which would be an instant cast or an instant in Magic, or a quick play spell in Yu-Gi-Oh. They can be activated in chain to other spell speed 2, which would be like Ashes of Ethernia is a snare, which is essentially like a trap card.
So what's the difference between a chain and a queue?
It's the same thing. It's pretty much based on what game you play. In Argent Saga, it's Q, and I think Force of Will it's Link, and then Yu-Gi-Oh I know is Chain. So it's
Yeah,
all the same thing.
yeah, and Magic
It's
is a stack.
yeah, it's basically what the how to activate in response to another card being activated and how it will resolve. So essentially, it's the Lego theory. If you build a Lego, starting on the base and then you build up. So you build up, and then when you want to resolve your queue, your stack, your link, you go from the top down, removing each block accordingly.
Yeah. So then it's gonna work pretty much like what most TCG players would already be familiar with as far as
Right.
the queue as far as interaction goes.
Right. The only difference is Argent Saga because with Argent Saga you can activate multiple things in queue before passing priority back to your opponent for them to respond.
Right.
In this game, it's a lot of player priority activates and then passes to opponent. They have a chance to activate if they do not want to. They pass back, and
Right.
then so on and so forth until neither player wants to activate anything and they want to start resolving.
So that's kind of a gives me more of a Magic kind of feel to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the cool thing is that in Ethernia that if an effect activates in the middle of the chain, it starts a separate chain that will not start resolving until the primary chain is resolved.
It just sounds like a bigger stack with extra steps.
I know in Argent that if you activate an effect and you want to you want to interject into the queue, then they would activate and then resolve when they activate in their substep, so to speak. And this, um, if another card effect would activate, such as like Rain states that if she destroys a unit, if she's destroyed in battle, she destroys the unit that destroyed her, and you draw a card.
Okay, so yeah, I'm
So
gonna have a little bit of work to do to try to figure out some of these things. And excuse me for a second, guys, while I want to try to adjust how I have this set up. Okay, so let me edit Discord. Nope. There we go. That's the one I want. And then I'm just adjusting stuff as I go because I don't typically have a second person on camera, which I hope to change more often.
I like being on the screen.
Me too. I like you being on the screen as well.
Yep.
It adds visual value to to my streams.
Right. Hey Ben, what's up?
Hey Ben. Hey, thank you for the stream, Ian. Thank you for the follow. This is what I meant to say. Okay, does that look good, guys? All right.
So we also have, like I said, snares are essentially like trap cards. In Yu-Gi-Oh, they're I don't think Magic has effects that you can activate other than instacast effects or instants, I should say. But the cool thing about this game is like I said, you play in a lane. So each lane has 6 zones that you can play either Eternals, or if you want to play to like bluff, you can play your snares and your charms and your items face down. Now, if it has a spell speed 2 capabilities, such as the snares or um, the charms with the lightning bolt, you can activate those as long as they've been set a turn.
Okay. So you're basically playing instants and sorceries on the table face down that you get to flip up later to
Right.
use.
So you can play your sorceries, or in this case, is your basic charms or your items. You can play them face down to bluff, but there are cards that allow your opponent to destroy non-eternal cards and non-ultimates. So they have a chance to interact with trying to get away, trying to get around your face downs.
All right, so what are the lanes? Are there like 5 lanes, and are the lanes like in Argent Saga where you just have your tower and which is your health, right? And then you have the unit in front of that in order to defend it.
So in this game, like I said, you have 6 spaces. Let me pull some cards out because it'd be a lot easier just
Do
to show you
you
face down.
do you want to start a game up and then try to get through the initial phase of it? And then that'll help
Yeah,
lay out the lanes a little bit easier as we start, and that might help add some of the understanding to it.
yeah, we can start. Let me Okay, you already have. Let me exit this. Let me put everything back.
So for people wondering, items and charms works like spells, and Yu-Gi-Oh snares work like traps.
Correct.
Charms are spells, and snares are traps. So like I had like in high school I had like a very little, very small amount of incredibly casual Yu-Gi-Oh experience. So like to be like the trap cards, which is like right on the verge of completely understanding, but not quite, because I just don't have the experience in it. So like I am understanding a large significance of it, but still gotta just get in there and really get a feel for it just by messing around with the cards here. All right, so play starting up the game. Do we shuffle our main deck and our stone deck?
Yeah. So at the moment there are only 10 basic
Yep,
um,
I'm gonna
stones, so I mean, technically don't have to. But eventually
establish
they
the habit, you know.
Yeah, eventually they say that they will release special stones, and you can have up to 2 special stones in your stone deck.
Okay, hold
So
on.
that way you will have to eventually shuffle.
Okay, yeah, so you can only have up to two special stones in total,
Yes.
not like two different ones or okay.
Um, that would definitely be a question for the developer because
Um,
I'm not 100% sure on that.
Silent Fire, you want to link the what the layout of the mat looks like like a starter mat or something? Yeah, feel free. All right, let's take a quick look here. All right, so this is what this zone mat looks like. So
Right.
Underworld, I'm guessing, is the graveyard.
Correct.
Afterworld is no, as Afterworld a graveyard or
So
Underworld a graveyard?
so Underworld would be your discard or your graveyard. And then Afterworld is another zone that you can interact with certain cards.
Like Exile?
Um, yes, but it does not. But there's a difference between an exile pile or your afterlife and a remove from game pile. So remove from game pile cannot be interacted with until after, like, and for the rest of your game, pretty much.
Well, I mean, that's not true for Magic. You still have cards that can get into the cards removed from game. Like Burning Wish, for example, you can go and you can grab a card from outside of this game in order to
Right.
bring it back in.
Yeah, but unfortunately, in this one, like there are cards that let you interact with your afterlife, or I'm sorry, with your afterworld pile. One of the Hanako units, the Eternals, will allow you to either take a face down card or a face up card with a certain cost and put it back in your hand. But as far as remove from play, you are unable to ever get those back.
Okay. Silent Fire says if the card is removed from the game, it's unable to be interacted with for the rest of the game.
Right.
Yep. Okay.
So generally, when you start your game, you will choose any of your champions and you'll place it face down in the middle, such as in the middle of your champion zone that you see on the screen.
Okay, so yeah, you said so we have the champion zone right in the middle of the screen like that. Okay, and so that's where you put the champion from the deck that we have on the left here.
For your
This
Aether
guy,
deck. Yeah,
the Aether deck. So the Aether deck is the deck that you have in the face down pile.
correct.
Okay, because we have to not only learn the new game, but we also have to learn how to translate it to on tap.
Yes.
All right.
I've played a few games on Untap. Once you get into the flow of it, it's not very difficult to pick up,
Yeah.
which is nice.
It would be pretty cool if they could do something official on like tabletop or something, because you can like create the zones actually and create snap points for all these different components and zones in tabletop. You can like literally like put this artwork on a table with the snap points, and it's really awesome.
That'd be cool. I think he wants to. I know he initially stated that the starter deck is only on Untapped to teach people how to play until cards come out.
Yeah, and I think that he also said that they're potentially maybe working on something, and but they want to hold up on letting the community. They do not want the community to develop anything on online platforms just because they have some copyright stuff that they want to work with.
Yeah, which is I'm totally okay with.
Oh, absolutely.
I would rather do a webcam event with physical cards
Oh, yeah.
than Untapped in RB.
Yeah. Once we get those physical cards, we'll probably switch to
We
tabletop.
definitely will be doing some tabletop games.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at the zone, you see in both of your lanes, both the left side and the right side, um, have their own 20 health, uh, pretty much to that's what your opponent is trying to get down to zero.
Okay, hold up. So you have two different life totals,
Yes. So your left side and your right side have two separate, totally separate life totals.
and they're both 20.
They are both 20.
In order to win, you have to drop both of them to 20, or just one of them.
So in a perfect setting, you want to get both of your opponent's lanes down to zero to win. Now, with a best of one 50-minute time limit, most games that I've played do not, both towers do not get down to zero.
Um,
So what you would do is during end of match procedures, you would at the end of the game when everything is said and done, there's no more play. You will count the life totals of each individual lane to see. So like your left lane, let's say, is a tie at 17. Like there's not a lot of damage in that lane.
Now, are there 6 lanes or just two?
There's only two.
So there's
So if
two
you're
two
looking
lanes with 6 spots in
six
each of
spots
them,
each,
and you can't have anything. You can't have more than 6 cards in either lane.
correct.
Okay.
So and the cool thing about how the lanes are set up, if you're familiar with Yu-Gi-Oh, it's kind of weird because the way I see this is the 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 zones closer to my gem zone, I would associate with my charms and spells. But the cool thing is that you could have 6 Eternals on these zones if you want, or if you really wanted to, you could have 6 charms and snares. So you want to get it's more of a give and take kind of situation. Like, can I afford more snare and charms resources in one lane, while I, if I'm going on the offensive on one lane and I want to be more defensive in another.
Nice.
So it's like you're playing two separate games at the same time.
Okay, so like you kind of like if you want to attack a lane, so maybe you like so you have two sides and you want to maybe attack your opponent's lanes, but you can't. It'd be hard to use your resources to attack both lanes at the same time because it's just going to be a lot less effective. So maybe you strengthen up the defense on one side and the offense on the other side, and just kind of like try to shield wall your way into the angle.
Right. So, in a few of my games, I have realized that I focus, like, if I get a couple early hits on one lane, I tend to apply more pressure more in that lane, and then I do a slight pressure, but not like
Right.
as much as I would in the other.
Go for the
But at the
soft spot, but don't relent on the other one.
Right. Now there are cards called ultimates, and in when you build a deck, you can play 3 of any card except for ultimates. Ultimates are your legendary. If you play Argent Saga, it's a legendary unit. Magic would be legendary as well. But you can play one of each named legendary card,
Okay.
and they have really good abilities. The One of the champion, her name is Rain. Her ultimate is a 7-drop that removes I think it either removes or it sends to the afterlife everything in the lane itself, other than her, and nothing can be placed or summoned in that lane until your opponent's second judgment phase or their charge phase. So it locks down that entire lane for 2 turns, but she has only a 1 attack. Like she has 1 attack and 1 health. So the one you're showing on the screen is the champion card itself.
Right. Is that what we were talking about?
No, her ultimate it's a dragon. It's a very big dragon.
Nope, that's not it. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, thanks for the follow, Game Cash Official.
Hey Trey.
Oh, is that Trey?
Yeah, that's Trey.
Sweet. Hey Trey,
So,
how's it going?
so if you're looking on your second,
12
is it
card.
12 cards?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Oh,
7,
the 12 card.
8,
Yeah,
9,
so if you're
10,
looking
11,
on the
12.
second row, it's the third card over.
The Strife?
Okay, so hold on. Not that one. It's
Third card in the second row. Alright,
no,
so
the
Rally. Remove from the game all cards in this lane except for me until the end of your opponent's second judgment phase. Neither player can activate or place cards in this lane. When I leave the field, remove. So is the lane shared between you and your opponent? So is when the Abandon All Hope says remove all cards in this lane except for me, you're talking about your lane as well as your opponent's lane?
right. So if you're looking at it from your point of view, and you play the 7 drop rain on your side, everything on yours, like from where you place the card up into your opponent's side, that is one lane.
So what do you mean? What do you mean where I place the card? Like, you mean I could put it in the front of my lane because like there's front and back of this lane? Does the front and back matter at all?
So not really. Okay, so like if you're looking on tap, I will show you what I mean. Okay, so let's say I pay 7 to play Rain, and I'm gonna play it on my left lane.
Yeah.
So when she comes in, her rally effect, or her when she comes into play, her effect will activate.
Mm-hmm.
It will get rid of this Hanako and your face down card.
Yeah, which
So
is fine. But what if you like back that card up a space?
it's the same thing. So lanes are your 6 on your side, and the adjacent 6 on in front of you. I guess adjacent is not the right word, but
No.
the
Yeah,
one,
left, like the left to right lane, the left to right lane.
right. So your lanes are separated by your champion card because your champion will
Yes.
be in the middle.
Yeah.
Look at Nick's got me.
Separated by champion 1. Right.
So essentially,
yeah.
like if this is your champion, so if you're playing Strife and I'm playing Hanako, my left to my left is to your right. I think if I'm looking at it.
So my question was, I understand that you have 2 separate lanes, and that Abandon All Hope will only clear one of the lanes. I understood that right away. My question and my concern, well, actually rather my curiosity, was it says, when you said something about this card's in front of it, which I was curious if you meant if you put it in the frontmost lane, like it wouldn't affect the 3 cards behind it.
Okay, so if we're looking at how I have it set up now, if I played my Rain, it will not affect my Rain Withering Embrace and my face down because the lanes don't see each other's lanes.
I know. I got that part.
Oh, but what I mean in front, I mean the opposing. Like you're opposing
Okay.
6 lanes is what I meant.
Okay.
In front, yeah. So yeah, if you placed it in the front, your back 3 would also be affected.
Okay, that's what I was asking, was like, this is 6, because there's 6 of them, so if you put it in the top zone here, the way that we were talking about it at the time, I was just trying to get clarification on what you meant by in front of, I guess.
Yeah. So your main 6 and the opposing main 6 on your opponent's side.
Okay. All right, everybody following along so far, because I'm getting there, but it's gonna take some playing to get into. Let's see.
So speaking of lanes, so the lanes do not quote see each other. So with let me find the one drop.
So they don't see each other, so there's no like.
So if there's an interaction in a lane, such as like if let's say this was our side, and
So you're basically just playing literally two entirely separate games at the same time.
Correct.
Yeah.
But your resources are shared between both sides.
Right.
So, for example, I have
Your
Rain,
resources and your champion are the center of
the
the
center of them.
yeah.
So if you've ever played League of Legends, you think of it
Nope.
like a MOBA. No? Okay. So
That's
in
right.
in League of Legends, you are fighting on multi fronts. So you have separate lanes that you are trying to take down to defeat your enemy. In this game, your champion is you. Or that's who you are, and the lanes are the two fronts that you're trying to fight on separately, but at the same time.
Hmm.
So if a Eternal, like my one drop rain unit that I have on board, states that her aura says if another Eternal dies, she gains a +1/+1 counter.
Yeah.
So anything that dies on the opposite side of my champion, so where my rain is currently at, anything that dies in that lane is not seen or affected by what the other lane shows.
Yeah.
So you can't just like load up on 3 rains on one side, destroy your opponent's entire other side, and then like wall up them as you want.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool because then it sets up combos. Hanako is really good because she bounces between the two lanes as her strike ability, which is her one of her main abilities, is to bounce in between your zones.
Okay. So just for like the flavor concept of it, like I can just like picture like a general sitting up on a hill with a tent, and there's like two battlefields, and like you're fighting an opponent with an opposing general, and they have like two battlefields, and you're just like there's just two separate battlefields, and you can command both of them from where you're sitting, but the two battlefields they don't affect each other until the end of the game.
Right. So like I said, your end goal is to either use an ability, which there's technically two abilities that allow a player to win the game. They will be out in their champion packs separately. One has an effect that states that when he plays his ultimate, depending on the number of named units in your underworld, he gains certain abilities, and his end goal is to have all 9 in his underworld.
Okay,
If that is
so again, the ultimate is the legendary.
correct,
Okay, like before, like I kept thinking of ultimate as in like an ability on a card that was like super powerful, like the ultimate of a planeswalker in Magic or something.
it's essentially yes, but at the same time, it's an eternal, so it's a
It's
unit
an
because
actual unit itself, yeah.
right. So if you think about Eternals, they're technically manifestations of your champion
Right.
in certain situations.
Okay.
So,
Yeah,
but
because
yeah,
they're all
they're
the same person. It's not like it's just different people. Like they're different, just different
different
abilities
situations.
of that champion. There's different abilities of that champion being sent to the separate battlefields.
Right. And like I said, Yasuke, his ability, if you have all 9 other copies of your Yasuke from your deck, because you can only play 10 total, or you can play up to 10. If the other 9 are in your underworld, you win the game.
Okay. We'll have to get
The
there.
Yeah, he unfortunately, if you go to the Discord, and I can link the Discord for Ethernia. One sec.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just looking at the coin here real quick because I'm like, what's the coin for? And I think the coin is basically like in Force of Will where you have the extra energy
Yeah,
if
or
you play
if you played
second.
Hearthstone, Hearthstone is the same thing. If you go second, you are allowed to you gain an extra mana or energy. In this case, it's an extra coin. So when you use your coin, it is a one time only. You do
Yeah.
remove it from the game, so you won't be able to get it back.
What's crushed?
So Crush is an ability that some items and some Eternals and some champions have that allow you to use their mana to go face down. So, for example, the Hanako that I have on the champion that I have on board, has an ability that says during either player's turn, I can pay 4 gem resources to activate the effect, and I can either expel a basic Eternal, which is a non-ultimate, or I can pay the 4 and additionally crush 1, which you go from face up to face down, and whatever orientation it is in stays in that orientation during your judgment phase until it is uncrushed. So it is an unusable mana source, but you do have cards that will allow you to uncrush cards. So you can strategically play around having some crush cards. It does give your opponent a little bit of advantage if they are not crushing theirs as well, because they will essentially have all of their resources to use, and you have how many you haven't crushed at that point. The Hanako ultimate is really cool because when she comes into play, she's a 1 cost that states you can uncrush and ready all of your crushed gems. And then she gains 1 attack for each gem you uncrushed by using this effect. So if you're super like gambling with it, you could crush 6 or 7 different gems leading up to her ability, which will uncrush everything and ready it so you could use it again. Now it will only ready crush your crushed gems at that point. So any resources that you essentially tapped prior will not ready.
Yeah.
But at least with your coin now, with how the card is, you can crush it. It will not go away. So until you use it as a resource for a gem summon or a activated cost of your snares or your charms or items, you will be able to keep your coin.
You will or will not?
You will be able to keep it until you use it for its for a gem cost.
What?
So like, let's say if you went second, you'll start your game with 2.
Yeah.
Essentially 2. Now you could play a 2-drop on your first turn, but then your coin is gone for the rest of the game.
Right, like the energy.
Right. But you can crush it and it will stay here until you uncrush it and then use it as energy.
So in order to use the coin, you crush it.
No. To use the coin, use it as a mana source. Now it can be crushed as a. So for Hanako's effect, if I had 4 other gems out, I can exhaust the 4 other gems and crush this active coin to use it.
All right.
But it doesn't use it in the aspect of using it as a payment for a cost.
Yeah. We'll get into that more as we start to use it too. I think it might clear up
definitely.
a little bit. Just because like there's a lot of abilities that we could like go over and like really sink into every continuously, but until we understand how those abilities affects the cards and vice versa, and how to actually start playing, then um, we might have some difficulty. So what I'll do first, I go over here to my face down pile, and I look in there.
Yep. So look at your face down pile. You could reveal it on untapped. I would just reveal it to yourself. That way you can look at it depending on what you are wanting to start your champion on with.
How do I? Okay, just click on the pile. Okay. If more cards are needed.
So initially, remember when I stated that you can start with a champion and swap it out in within the game. So to do that, you will have to remove your current champion, and then 1 champion from your Aether deck from the game to play a different champion out.
Okay, so first of all, here's our coin. So we just put the coin on the play, or we only take it out for whoever's playing second, right?
Whoever goes second, yeah.
All right, so let's just determine that real quick.
Okay. Well, that's the thing.
Send to face down pile. Yeah, it's in there. It's comparable to kind of a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh as well as some Force of Will combined. I'm thinking I'm getting the biggest feel between those two connections.
Yeah, when I first started like playing, like I got a Yu-Gi-Oh feel to it. Kind of with the lanes on how it was initially set up. Um, but I like I said, I'm very much enjoying this game. I'm super stoked.
So, what do you select your first champion?
It's really up to you. Um, a good first champion, in my opinion, with what we have for the structure deck. One sec.
Yep. So I'm wondering, when do we pick it? Right at the beginning of the game before we even
Yeah,
start the game?
yeah. So at the beginning of the game, you will put one of your champions face down.
Yeah, no problem, Broseph. Check it out. We're gonna be doing a lot of tournaments and hosting this, so we already have Thomas here's already a level 1 judge for the game, which is pretty awesome. We're going to be hosting this in the tournaments, and we're going to be continuing to do what we can to stream it as well, especially once we get the physical cards. Then we'll be able to do webcam streaming directly on the tables and play that way as well. The card game is pretty awesome because it's a not like a TCG, but it's a what
An
is
expansion. An
expandable
expansion.
card game.
Yeah.
So what you do, you just buy the cores set, and then that's it. That's all you need to buy. Then you, if you want to buy expansions, you can, but you have everything that you need all the time. Every time you buy the product that you need to play, what do you want to play? Um, and so you could literally just build the game to what you want it to be like.
Yeah, it takes the RNG out of it.
Yeah. So it's not pay to play. It's, you got to actually use your skills in the battle of beating each other's fields up.
That's right.
Very awesome, Silent. That's really cool. If we
Yeah.
can
So
get some big events going on, we'll probably need more than one judge. So come hang out with us and try to get familiar with us. See if that's something you'd want to do. So yeah, definitely, Broseph. Like, we just got done with Argent Saga, and like the tremendous amount of burnt that we're feeling out from that game is just really hard right now. And you yourself know and understand. So being able to switch from that to a game where your collection isn't just gonna like all of a sudden lose value, or it's not gonna lose value every time you turn around, but also it doesn't necessarily increase in value unless you want to acquire the fancier versions of the cards that you already have. There are going to be no fancy versions of cards that don't exist in the basic form in what you already have, just buying the base of it. So, but if you want to fancy up, you're certainly welcome to. And there's going to be tournaments, and the prizes for some of those tournaments might also be fancy versions of the cards. There are going to also be metal cards as well, which are again just fancy versions of the cards that exist. So, coming from Argent Saga, where we got a little bit of a treatment with the metal cards, that's pretty cool for us, where we get to continue the trend of playing around with metals.
yeah, they're doing metal cards for your champions. They're also
The
doing
coin,
all
the
the
stones.
coin and the stone. There are also going to be alternate arts of your champions. So I know with the Kickstarter, there is a pool party Hanako skin, which is super cool.
Yeah,
Um,
no exclusive cards, just exclusive
right,
styles.
pretty
Yep,
much, yeah.
yep. Which is really fun. So there will be a secondary market for those exclusive styles, but it just won't feel as bad because you just don't need them. It's just something you want.
Yeah.
You get it if you want it.
And their policy on reprinting is really nice. That if a card needs to be re-errated, they will re-release it as a lesser version. So let's say if they made a foil version, a foil alternate art of it. If the alternate art, I think it's like if it's not available, then they will do the original art as like a non-foil, and they will release that out as well. So yeah, the burn is less. I won't say it's not there because I mean the way it's built, there shouldn't be, um, as far as collecting and building stuff for your decks. Now, there, like I said, as Lee pointed out, there will be a secondary market on like the packs that you will be able to receive for your competitive play.
Yeah. And there's going to be a lot of LGS support as well. So, like, in order to get those certain specific versions of cards, you have to go to your LGS and participate there. And in addition to that, the base of the game is going to be sold across all stores who want to support it, and that's really cool too. That you could just like there's the base of the set should not have a secondary market, and because you should just be able to go to your LGS and pick it up from there, or order it from an LGS that does support it.
And the cool thing is if you're unsure on wanting to to get in, their products are really cheap. Like for a structure deck, you get 74 cards. You get everything you need to play. Like if you went out and bought the starter kit, you have everything you need to start a game right then and there. You come with all of your. It comes with your coin. Comes with all of your basic champions, which will be your Strife, your Rain, and your Hanako. And then it comes with all the extra everything that comes in the structure deck, the starter kit. So you get 3 of, except for your ultimates, which are 1 of. And it's print to play for the starter kits as well.
Yeah, that's a really cool thing too with the print to play. So if you can't afford to buy the base set, and if you can't afford to buy the expansions and everything like that, all of those cards are going to be available for you to print off at home in paper versions. Just print them off on your computer, or go to Staples and print them off, or whatever you got to do. And you can print those cards, cut them out, and put them in sleeves and play them that way. And the cool thing that they're doing is for lower level events and tournaments, like your locals or small tournaments, that you can actually use and play the the
Your principal.
print to play versions of the cards. So even if you don't want to invest into the game, but you want to play the game, you are absolutely welcome to do so. And what that's going to do is that's going to build up the community and build up involvement and allow opportunity for everybody to get to play who even wants to play, right? So like there's a lot of like financial barriers to entering a card game in general, and that pretty much eliminates the need to have a financial barrier to enter a card game.
I mean, you'll probably spend like maybe 15
Yeah,
on like depending on like how you get it printed. Like
yeah,
if you want to do color, I mean, there's always those options. But
yeah,
yeah, I mean, I think their website has their starter kit for 29.99 for their initial starter kit.
yeah,
So
which is
I mean,
still completely affordable.
yeah, and it comes with everything. So
Yeah,
it's a nice little bundle. So let's start a game up. So
yeah, let's do that.
we played our champions face down at the beginning of the game,
Yep,
and both players draw 4 cards,
four.
and then they can mulligan up to 3.
Draw four, and then mulligan. What's the mulligan style like?
The bottom of the deck. So you place them on the bottom, and then you draw
Okay,
up to.
so Texas Hold'em.
Yeah,
All right. I really don't like that I can't zoom in on the cards on Untap, because I literally almost can't read these, and I have a big screen.
okay. I'm
uh,
not gonna stream snipe you, so I'm a minimize my
that's
my
fine.
stream.
That's fine. I don't care if you do. This isn't about winning. This is about the education behind it. Because I'm gonna be like, what does this card do? What does this mean? All right. So I'm gonna straight up just like straight talk about what I have to this stream, because I don't care if you know what I have. I'll reveal my whole hand.
Sure.
Anyways, so let's see. Fountain of Ethernia. So I got an item that costs 1 to play. So in order to play something, right, there's that cost bubble on the top left corner. That's the amount of gems that you have to tap to pay for it.
To activate it. Now,
To activate it.
setting face down does not cost anything to play, but when you want to activate it and use the
Oh,
effect, then you pay for it. So, for example, if you wanted to set your fountain face down, you could set it face down for free,
yep.
and then when you want to activate it, you just pay the 1 for it, and then you would use its effect.
And it says restore up to 2 crushed gems, and you can only activate this effect of Fountain of Ethernia once per turn. So this basically is a ramp card, right?
So it's more of a resource restoral. Now it doesn't restore in the aspect of making it active. It restores it to be to where you could use it again on your next turn after your judgment. Now, if you, I know it's really hard for everybody else to see, but if you're looking at your fountain card, you see that its text has a um,
Excuse me. Go ahead.
so itself has so it doesn't have a pink or green gem for use. I think the updated version will, if I'm not mistaken,
What
have
do you
a
mean?
so let me see what's in your hand. I can tell you it'd be easier to see.
Yeah, I can just reveal my hand to you too.
So nothing in your hand card. Actually, I have one in mine. So in this on this card,
Mm-hmm.
this 3-drop rain has a pink like circle gem on it. Pink means it is a hard once per turn activate. So no matter how many versions of this you have on the board, you can only activate one of them per turn.
Okay.
Now, this card, this Hanako, has both pink and green. So the pink is once per turn, is a hard once per turn. The green means that you can use this effect once per turn per card. So if I had
Okay.
a total, let's say if I had all 3 copies out, when I attacked with her ability would activate, giving her first strike and doubling her attack. So, and I can use each of those effects per card. So each version would be able to activate. Another thing is that if it's
Okay.
we call it simple card text. If you look at a card to see if you could activate it on your opponent's turn, as far as a an Eternals effect, if it has the key abbreviation EPT, which stands for either player's turn, then you would
Okay.
be able to activate it as a quick effect on both players. So it's more like a reaction effect versus versus an effect that you could only activate during your turn.
Yeah, I was gonna actually. EPT was something that I saw in some of the other cards that I was kind of confused about, but
Yeah, and it just means that you can activate it during either player's turn.
yeah. So I don't know what's good, what's bad. I don't know any of that, so I'm just gonna keep the 4 I have.
Sure, and I'm gonna reveal my hand. All players, and I'll just play with my hand face up. That way we can show everyone what what we have and how we can see each other to play off the match. Okay, so you won the die roll, so you will go first. So since you're not mulligan, you will draw your 5th card. So you will draw up to 5.
Oh, we draw one on turn 1?
No, well, this is to finish out your beginning hand.
Well, that's that's a complicated draw setup. Okay, so just trying to understand it here. So we can draw 4 to take our first look at our first 4 cards, and then we can mulligan 3 of them,
And then you draw up to 5.
and then you draw up to 5. Okay, so that's interesting. So then, how do the card draws work after that?
So you would not draw on your first turn as turn player, but you would get your first mana, and then my first turn I would draw and get a mana.
Okay, so
So
I
so
gotta.
it's kind of like in Magic and Argent, turn player does not draw their 6 card.
Okay, so the phases should be draw and
So it
then
goes draw phase, then judgment phase, and which is your charge or your mana phase at that point.
okay, so draw judgment.
And during your judgment phase, you'll play the top card of your gem deck face up, and restore them all at the same time.
Okay, like in Argent Saga.
And another thing is that you can activate your face down snares and your face down quick play charms on your opponent's turn during their, as long as they've been set for the previous turn.
Okay. So everything that you put down on the field has submit this.
Right. The only thing, like, you could play an item face down if you wanted to, and then play it the same turn because it is a spell speed 1. So you don't have to have quote summon sickness on items. It's kind of dangerous if you want to set something face down, because then your opponent can activate their. They do have a card that lets you destroy a non-eternal, non-champion card. So they could snipe it before you have a chance to activate it.
Okay, so what can I do right now? Can I literally just put everything down face down on
Well,
either side, or
so first, flip your champion. Okay, so you are playing Hanako, and I'm playing Strife. Strife's ability states that I can pay one gem, and I can lose 5 life lane on a single lane to draw a card. But to do that, I would have to send the top card of my. I would have to expel the top card to
yeah,
my afterlife.
yeah, face down, so you don't even know what it is.
So let me get this.
So that's the other thing too. So expel, go to expel face down. So the way that Untap has it is not very. What's that?
This is going to be for gem life. So how I do it is I just put 20 counters on to represent my 20 life on both sides.
Oh, okay.
So that way, if you or I am trying to attacking your lane directly, I have a visual of what I'm reducing it down to.
All right. Okay.
So with your hand, the only one drop you currently have is Fountain, and Fountain is only used to restore your gems. So at this time, you could either play your snares face down and use them as bluff cards. So, or you can activate them when you have your 3 mana to activate.
So you can activate from hand or from the field.
You can activate charms from your hand, but you have to set snares.
Okay.
And snares most likely are going to be when your opponent does something. That's when you would activate. So, like your obliteration engine states that if a 2-cost or higher eternal would be summoned, you can pay your 3 to activate the engine, and then lose life equal to the cost of the card to negate it. Okay, so you're gonna set one face down.
I'm gonna set the other one face down on the other side.
Sure. And just remember, whatever side you played on can only be activated and used on that side.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. I just, I just don't really know what I'm doing with the cards themselves yet. How do I look at a face down card?
so the way to look down, I think when it's face down, let me see.
Reveal to, I can reveal to just
Yeah, you
myself.
can reveal it to yourself.
That's cool. Now, can I, just for the sake of untap, always have my face down cards revealed to myself?
No, you have to manually do it, unfortunately.
No, 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 yeah, that's what I mean. But just like, I just turn mine face up so I can see them both.
Yeah,
But you can't see either one of them, right?
I can't see either.
That way I can see what I have face down easier.
Right, so that way if you want to activate something and you're like, I mean, as a physical card player, like I'd be like looking
Yeah.
face downs and whatnot, but at least on Untap, you're able to see what you have, where you have it. And if you wanted to activate something in response, you're not like, hold on, let me flip this up, and then, oh, that's not the right one, let me flip back face down. Okay.
Pay life equal to this gem's equal to its gem's cost, and then negate the summon of that eternal. Now, when is something summoned? Are you summoning it when you're activating it from the field?
So Eternals are the units. So if I were to
Yeah.
play, let's say this unit, so it is a 2-drop, a 2-cost unit. So if you had 3 gems to pay, you
But
would flip your engine up.
how would I know that you're playing it if you're playing it face down?
You cannot play Eternals face down. Only charms, items, and snares. Units have to be face up. They cannot go face down.
Okay.
So if you knew if I was playing my Eternal out, you would know as
Yeah.
soon as I paid the
So I'm
cost.
just reading my obliteration engine, right? And it says if a cost 2 or higher Eternal would be summoned, I could pay life equal to its gem cost, negate the summon of that Eternal, and if you do, remove it from the game. So it would go to the afterlife.
It would get the removed from play pile. So I would put it in for untapped purposes. I would put it in the expel.
So there's the underworld and the afterworld. And
Yes.
is the afterworld is the removed from the game, right?
No, no. The remove from game is a separate. It's not really a field. It's just because it can't be interacted with. You just put it off to the side.
I feel like we
Because
have like four four graveyard slash exile zones.
well, we only have two. So technically, our graveyard or discard would be your underworld. Now, if you look at Strife's ability says pay 5, expel the top card of your deck to the afterworld face down, and if you do, draw a card. So I would put it face down, let's say off to the side here, but it would go face down to where I could react with it. I don't have the other Hanako yet, but I will show you the Hanako when I get it. That lets me either get a face down card, or it lets me get a face up card from my afterlife with a cost 4 or less.
All right, so underworld is graveyard, afterworld is exile, and then after removed from the game is removed from the game.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. I will start my turn. If you're finished.
I don't know. Am I finished?
I mean, at this moment, from your units or from your Eternals in your hand, there's nothing you can play for 1.
How do I know what's an eternal or not?
So it would if it's not in if it doesn't have either snare, charm, or item, it's an Eternal.
Okay.
They
Also,
also have attack and
also
defense.
that red and black, the red and green, are those like power and toughness?
Yes, the
So
red
that is
is
that
your
like magic?
power.
This is exactly like magic.
Um, Units will keep damage unless a attack target is changed to a different attack target.
Huh?
So, so
What?
okay. So for example, if I
I was
have
let's
this,
answer one question at once. The power and toughness,
yes,
that's like magic.
essentially yes.
Okay.
Except in Magic, it resets at the end of the turn.
Yep.
This will also reset at the end of the turn, or if your opponent chooses a different target to attack.
What do you mean a different target to attack?
So,
Like, would you what? Okay, so you're saying that you can
you're
attack
asking about questions.
specific units?
Yes, so you do not have to have a certain keyword to attack active units. You can declare attack on active or exhausted units. Or
Okay.
if you wanted to attack their life, unless there's a certain keyword, which is entice. We won't see it in this because it's not in
Okay.
the starter set, so we don't have to worry about that. But you can either choose units, either active or exhausted, or your gem life to deal damage.
Okay. So, hmm. Can you block?
There is a keyword called intercept that is the same thing as defender or guardian in Argent Saga.
Okay.
There are also there is a strife unit in this starter kit that allows you to intercept from the hand, so you can play it from your hand to either
Okay.
take the effect of a either an activated ability or a charm or a snare and change its target to itself. So there are ways to intercept as far as like to block attacks and whatnot.
Okay, so why would I not put the fountain into play? Is there a reason not to?
So there in the starter kit there is a 1-drop charm that states when you play it, you can choose a non-eternal card in the lane and destroy it. So if you played Fountain face down and I happen to have the correct charm to play,
Yeah.
I could destroy your Fountain before you're able to activate this.
Well, okay, so that's fine. Then I could use the fountain as a decoy for you to try to hit instead of, like, say, my obliteration engine.
I mean that is true too, but I personally would rather keep fountains at hand, so that way when I need them, I will have them.
Okay,
I
so
don't have to
fountains
worry
are
about.
more important.
I believe that items are better use from your hand than on the field. Now I could be totally wrong, but
Now, is that just a
that's just how I feel.
strategy? Like, is that just a
That's more
strategy
of my
preference?
strategy.
Okay.
Yeah, that's more of a strategic side of mine.
So yeah. Okay.
Okay, so pass turn,
Okay.
and I will draw.
I have to pull up this,
Can you see my hand now?
yeah. But right now I switch tabs so I can actually read what my champion does.
Sure.
Let's see. Okay.
So I'm gonna go to my judgment phase, and I'm gonna play my gem. So now I technically have 2 mana.
What does it mean R3 in a cost?
So your champion's burst ability says R3, or it could say R5. So the R means remove cards of the same name of your champion from the game to activate its effect. So for yours, and it could be hand, in play. I think void is another one you could do, and you can also do it from your underworld discard. Let me double check that before I put my foot in my mouth. Yeah, so your burst limits are generally very strong abilities that reward you for playing cards that match your champion. To play a burst limit, you must remove from the game completely a number of eternal cards that have the same name as your active champion from your hand, underworld, field, or void. These cards will be inaccessible for the rest of the game because you're removing them from the game.
Okay, and the hand play and the after and world and underworld. Can you pick one from each different zone, or do they all three of them have to be in the same zone?
It could be from any zone as long as it's from hand, discard, and play or void.
Okay, so wild card. Okay.
Yeah. So let's say if you had 3 in your underworld and your opponent tried to remove them from play, then you could use her ability during either player's turn and quick remove for cost, and then you could use your ability and kind of dodge their stuff.
All right. So now I can use that ability on either player's turn, target my assassin and one enemy in the opposing lane. So I have to have an assassin on board.
Correct. So you would have to have a Hanako on the board to use that ability.
Okay. And move your assassin to that lane and immediately proceed to damage calculation between those two cards. Okay.
So let's say if I was gonna go for game,
Yeah.
and you could use her ability to, let's say, play your 4-drop, or let's say if you had a Hanako in your hand and
Yeah.
I'm not your hand. I'm sorry. Let's say if you had it on your left side, and then I was gonna
Yeah.
go for game on the right, you could just use it
Yeah.
and then go into battle to destroy my unit before I could do it.
So I thought that the game didn't end until both life totals were dead.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if let's say I took down your left, so your left side was at 0, and let's say your right side was at 2.
You can continue
And
playing in one side even after your life total there is gone.
yes. Yep. So even if your lane is at 0 and your opponent's is still has a positive number, you can continue playing in that lane, because essentially, if you stop playing in that lane, let's say you got me down to 0 and you have 3 left, and our opposite lane is pretty equal.
Mm-hmm.
I can continue putting pressure to get your health down to 0. So that way, when it comes to lane totals at the end of the game, both of us are matched on the same side.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Um, I feel like what I was thinking about makes sense already, and
So
that
just
your
because you're at zero
explanation
doesn't.
was confusing me. It was making
Right.
it make less sense.
So just because your lane health is at zero
Yeah.
does not mean you
Right.
cannot do anything else in that lane.
Right.
You can keep putting pressure on your opponent with Hanako and how her abilities run. That you can attack
Yeah.
their lane even at zero to activate their abilities to swap out of the deck and go to the
Yeah.
other lane as well.
Okay.
So I played my gem for the turn,
Yep.
and I'm going to pay one for Forbidden Fruit of Ethernia. And it says hard once per turn, so I can only activate one fruit per turn. So I paid my one to activate the cost of it. Now I can crush 2 unused gems to draw 2 cards. Nick, correct me if I'm wrong that you can crush. It's just unused means uncrushed. Is that correct? Or do they have to be active gems for you to crush them? Okay, it needs to be active. Okay, so I will not play this card this turn because it will do nothing. Okay, so unused just means active. Got it. Got it.
Okay, so you have to have 2 gems. Was your coin counts as a second gem?
It technically counts as a second gem, but I wouldn't be able to crush the 2 to draw the 2 because I don't have the second gem to crush. Now next turn, if I wanted to, I could wait for my second played mana and then tap
Yeah.
one of my unused mana and crush the other 2 to draw 2.
Yeah. So you're
Um,
basically paying 3 to draw 2.
to draw 2. I will
So
then
when an item is used, it goes to the afterworld,
to your underworld.
underworld. Okay. All right.
Okay, so I am going to pay 1 and use my champion ability and pay 5 life, and then I will expel the top card to the afterworld face down to draw a card. So I'm going to take this down to 5. So this will put this at 15, and I will take the top card and play it face down and then draw a card. And this will be my afterlife zone. And then I will draw 1 card. That's a pretty good draw. I will then pass my turn.
Okay. Anything I need to do at the end of your turn? This one costs 4 to do, so that's not. I can't do that. Let's see. So I'm gonna draw another one. Okay, so I go to draw phase now.
Yep, so you go draw phase.
Draw, then charge.
Then you will go to your judgment phase, which will allow you to charge.
Judgment. Draw, judgment.
I still call it charge phase.
Yeah.
That's the Argent Saga in me, though.
Yeah, we've been playing Argent Saga for so long, so heavily.
Okay, so now you have 2, and
Now
nothing to play.
the different colored activation costs, gem costs. Do they mean anything?
It's an element only from what Nick was saying was the for sorting reasons. Nothing's gonna be affected as far as like
Okay.
Hanako's color versus Rain's color. Does that make sense?
Maybe. Yeah, like it just makes it look pretty.
Pretty much. It's just an attribute.
Yeah. And
Yeah, just another data point.
okay. Let's see. Like add 1 cost 3 blue gem assassin from your deck to hand versus add. Okay.
That makes sense. So like if another color played an assassin, then
Yeah.
that would make sense.
Kind of gives
Okay.
them another way to be able to control abilities and make sure that they're stayed balanced.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, like, I got my fountain still, which, let's see, restore up to 2 crushed gems. So I mean, I can't do anything right now either. So I think I passed turn, right?
Right. So there is a hand limit. So looking at my hand as an Argent player, I'm like, okay, I'm right on the precipice. So for hand limit in this game, you can't have more than 10 cards at the end of your turn.
Okay, so it's
So
10. Okay.
right. Now, what's different than any other game is that any card. So let's say you had 12 cards in your hand
Hey,
in your.
time out for me real quick. I gotta kill a wasp in here.
Uh-oh. Play some Donkey Kong Country zinger music. It would be appropriate.
Yeah. So I don't know how they actually get inside, but there must be a spot or whatever.
Look at that Tavern Brawler t-shirt.
Yes, right. This is an OG. I need to get some more of these made up for the team. New versions, I think. New versions, better versions. We'll get there.
I would definitely wear one.
Yeah. Okay, so I have my second stone, but I don't have anything that I can play. I don't have enough. Everything is like 3 or 4s except for the fountain because the fountain costs 1, but I can't use the fountain yet because nothing is getting crushed.
Right.
So I just passed turn.
So let's say before you pass your turn,
Yeah.
let's say you wanted to change out your champion this turn.
Okay.
Let's say okay, you want to swap into, let's say, Rain. So to do that, you would remove from game your Hanako that's currently in play,
Yeah.
and then one champion out of your Aether deck to summon a new champion out.
Okay,
So
so
that's
it
something
doesn't
you
have
want
to
to
be
do.
another Hanako, so I can switch back to a Hanako, right?
Right. So it doesn't have to be the same. You don't have to remove the same name.
So I could zip into a Strife.
Yeah.
And
So if you
then
wanted
I could
to,
pay 5 and draw one.
right. So let's say you wanted to go into Strife. So remove your Hanako that's currently in play and another champion in your Aether deck and play your Strife out.
And when can I do that?
Once per turn during your turn.
Anytime
Now,
during my turn?
as long as as
Only. Oh.
Yeah, so once per turn during your turn, as long as you are able to activate. So you can't do it as a quick effect to kind of dodge things. So you'd have to be like
Sorcery speed. Okay.
Right.
All right. So sorcery speed. All right. So then where do I put this?
So I would put it in your expel. Now I will say though, if you have an ability that had been activated, so let's say you already had Strife out and you used his draw ability. If you swapped into another champion, you will not be able to use their skill that turn because that is carrying over. So your champion has
Okay.
a once per turn effect no matter which champion it is.
No matter which ability it is, so I can't activate both of my abilities.
You can activate each individually, but then if you swapped out to another champion, you wouldn't be able to use theirs.
Okay. So then, in order to use this ability, I have to pay 1 gem, right?
Yep. So for his ability, you would pay 1 gem. One of your lanes would lose 5 life.
Yep.
And then you would ban it. You would put the top card of your deck face down for your afterlife and draw a card.
Draw to afterlife. Oh, I don't have an afterlife.
So I just put mine next to my. Actually, I'll put it under my gem pile.
Yeah.
See, it's interesting that you mirrored the opposites.
Well, for me, like the left is the same as the playmat. Is the underworld is in the playmat.
Oh no, I mean as far as you mirroring the life. So instead of doing 15 on the same side I did 15,
Yeah,
that you
yeah,
did the opposite.
yeah, yeah. I did that on purpose. And then so I send one to this zone here.
Oh no, don't. I would say don't move that one over there because that's your
I'm just giving
that's
it some
one of your main
spacer.
zones.
I'm just giving it
Oh, makes
space.
sense.
Yeah. Yeah, don't forget to draw. I'm working on. I'll get there. I'm getting there. Draw one. Draw one. And okay, now I still have nothing to do, but it's another snare, so I can lay this down. And I will send to play face down. And I will reveal it to myself. Reveal to me. Wahaha.
Being all symmetrical and stuff.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. It's hard
For
to.
the most part,
Yeah,
it's on tap.
it's on tap. And then pass turn.
Okay, I will draw.
Now, shouldn't I just like take my whole pile here from this deck and put it into play, and like put it onto the left side here to match the zones?
You talking about for your discard?
No, I'm
Or
talking about my gem deck.
You can. The issue is that untap has a very limited space.
Yeah, and no flexibility to it.
Yeah, and by the time, like, let's say if you're playing in a timed event, and by the time if you got up to 10, you just there's so much going on as far as with the 6 lane with your
Yeah,
2 lanes and your 6 main zones.
yeah. It's very difficult for me to get used to my deck being on the bottom left-hand side, especially being a right-handed player. That's pretty confusing. Like,
Yeah.
at no card game I've ever played has been on the left-hand side. So like, that's gonna have to be a change up for me.
So, question for Nick. Oh, I was gonna say, can we move it? Because I'm
Yeah.
right-handed.
So
Okay,
you,
cool.
so as long as you have zones,
Okay,
custom
makes
gem
sense.
upkeep. What's the gem upkeep?
So your gym deck is next to it.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
So are we allowed to move where different zones are as long as it makes sense to the gameplay and with whoever we're playing?
I think you're referring to the afterworld side.
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
The deck, gem, and gem zone, yes. But you want
Okay.
the underworld and afterworld at the top of the screen. Okay.
Okay. I'm cool with that. As long as I can move my gem deck over on
Yeah,
the other side.
because as long as I can move my deck and my gem deck to the right hand side, I'll be good to go.
Okay, so I'm going to pay 2.
Yeah.
So I changed my plan. I'm not going to play my fruit yet. And I'm going to play my 2-drop Hanako, Kinetic Executioner. So she has Shadow Strike, Stealth, and Haste. And Haste is what we know is
Yep.
your auto attack. Now, what Shadow Step is... Actually, we'll go Stealth first. So Stealth is you cannot be intercepted. So if you
Okay,
have a
unblockable. Yep.
yeah, so it becomes unblockable. Shadow Strike states that if your opponent has Entice on their side, I can bypass Entice.
Okay.
So Entice, what it states is that if you have a unit with Entice, your opponent cannot attack your lane health.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm a 2/1, and her ability states Strike, which means after I attack, if I survive, I can use this ability. So I would return her to the deck and summon a different basic version of herself in the opposite lane,
What's a basic version?
a non-ultimate.
So this is an ultimate?
This is not an ultimate.
Oh.
So I
Okay,
can
so just like, yeah, okay. So it's just like saying non-legendary. Yeah, okay. Alright, got
right,
it.
right,
Yep.
and it will say if it is an ultimate, it will state ultimate under the title, under its name title.
Okay. So return me to the deck and summon a different basic unit. Hey, Misplay, how's it going? So we are going over some Ethernia. Gonna learn how to play and get settled in. I have a billion questions, and Thomas has been pretty awesome with me so far. We're trying to get this through here. Try to get through a game, see how it feels to play, and try to get used to some of the cards and the abilities. Misplay says hi.
Hey, what's up, Misplay?
Alright, so yeah, okay, so back to this card. If I'm summoned by another, so strike is only if, so the first ability that she has is strike, that says that you can only use it if she's performed an attack, a
Right, as long as
successful
she has
attack,
survived, yeah, as long as she has survived a an attack,
and that could
like
be
she would
on,
have to be the one initiating it.
yeah. What's that? What'd you say? The last part?
Oh no, I said she would have to be the one to initiate the attack.
Yeah. If I'm summoned by another Hanako, you can crush one gem and target one eternal in this lane to destroy it.
So this also goes into effect with your champion. So if you use her ability to her first effect that says pay 4 and expel a basic eternal, you can pretty much banish this one, and at the end turn when it comes back and gets resummoned, you can activate her effect. So Hanako, when it says it's sorry,
And then when I attack a marksman, my attack is doubled and I gain first strike. Alright.
and marksman is just is like a job title. Like on this one it says assassin, so it would
Okay.
just go into marksman.
Gotcha. Okay, and they make a red for the for the
For the type.
for the type of unit that is. Okay. Alright. Let's see. So now you played your Eternal, and now it has to wait a turn before it can play, before it attack.
Well, this one has haste, so I can attack
Okay,
the turn.
okay, right, yes, yep. Go ahead.
So I'm going to declare an attack, and I'm going to deal 2 to your lane health.
And I can't activate snares unless I pay the cost in the top left corner. Okay,
Correct.
so I don't think I can do anything, and I'm down 2.
Okay, I will use my strike ability, and I will send her back to the deck and summon another copy of Hanako.
Yeah. Now,
This one will
does it
go
have to
into my
be
right.
a different copy, or can it be one of her?
It has to be a different name, so I cannot summon
Different
another.
name. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Now, where does she go? Back to the deck?
She went back to the deck.
Okay. And you have to put it in the same lane, or can it be go in a different lane?
One second, I'm sorry.
You're good. Let's see. So, Hanako, Quantum Counter Assault, Shadow Strike, can pay 2 gems, return me to the deck, and summon a different basic version. If I'm summoned by another Hanako, you can target one Hanako in your underworld and return it to the deck. Okay. And, when I'm destroyed by battle, you can remove me from the game to target my attacker and destroy it. Okay, Death Touch. Okay.
Right.
Alright, there's a lot of abilities. There's a lot of text.
Okay, I am done for my turn.
Okay.
I will pass to you.
So you don't have to summon her in the same lane. You can summon her in a
No.
different lane.
Right. So their abilities are lets you jump between the lanes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Also, as I've noticed that the interaction between this one and the other one, they can continue to flip back and forth between each other if you can keep paying for them.
But it's only once per turn, so I can't activate another one
Oh,
of my
okay.
2-drops because it's a hard once per turn. So I wouldn't be
Okay.
able to like bounce this one back to my deck by crushing 2 or by paying 2, bringing this out, attack again, swap. Back
Okay, so that's a big difference from a lot of other card games too, is you have to take note of which abilities have been used for the turn overall.
Yes.
You can only use the same ability once.
So I'm going to shuffle my deck because I'm no longer going in it, and I'm going to set a card. I'm going to set 1 face down and pass my turn,
Okay.
even though I already passed.
Going to draw for turn. Going to charge. Try to play.
Right? That's how we all play. Oh, wait, hold on. I didn't mean to pass my turn. Let me play this first.
Hey Dell, how's it going?
What's up, Del?
We're getting in some real play here. Let's see. So he played his first face down card, which is likely a snare. It can't be. So it's either a snare or an item, right?
It's either a snare, a charm, or an item.
Or a charm. Okay, I haven't seen a charm yet in my hand yet. Okay. So let's see. I have 3 now. Let's see if I can do anything new. I should be able to do something now, right? Let's see. If an enemy channel. So since you already know anyways, since the obliteration engine costs 3 to activate, that means that I can't play an Eternal in order to um, have my stones up to be able to pay for the obliteration engine
Right.
costs, right?
Right.
Okay. So that being said, what do I want to see if anything is worth playing, or if I'm a bit better off maybe playing some defense? It's hard to say. You have a guy over here.
Just playing pressure.
He costs 1 though. Now, when can you use those abilities at sorcery speed?
Which ability?
The abilities the
On my Hanako.
quantum, yeah, on this guy here.
So the first ability I can only activate on my turn. So the pay 2 to bounce back. Now the green effect to activate as a soft once per turn is triggered when I'm destroyed in battle. So obviously,
Yeah.
if you destroyed me on my turn, I would be able to activate.
Right, in battle though.
Right, only in battle.
Alright. So then I think I am in a position to just to maybe activate.
So I would, at the moment, for what you have in your hand,
I think I'm just gonna activate and hold my gems up.
because you're just gonna pass.
I'm gonna activate Strife.
Okay, you're activate strike. Okay, so you pay 1 and then send the top card.
Draw to expel. And then I will draw 1.
It would go into your afterlife, so you're
Oh yeah.
zoned here. Now the thing is when you have cards that go face down in your afterlife, you're not allowed to look at them. Period. So
Okay.
that's kind of the big thing as far as
Will certain cards. So why did I put this for 2? So, all right. This and this were the 2 champions. This is the Hanako and the champion I get rid of. What zone do they go into?
I put them in the expel for remove from game.
Okay.
Now this zone right here will be your afterlife. It will be your where you can interact with.
Yeah. And so I will have cards that are face up and cards that are face down in my afterlife?
There are
What was that? Oh, I'm busy. Alright, so...
yeah, you potentially will have cards that can go into your afterlife face up.
Okay. Reveal to myself. Alright, so I went ahead and just play down another thing, and then I'll pass turn.
Okay, I will draw. Did you pay your one gem for your strife?
Oh. Oh no, that cost one. I didn't mean to do that then. I wouldn't have done that. Jeez, okay, well, alright then. I guess let me see if there's anything else I can do before I pass turn here.
That's fine.
I guess I could play this.
Okay.
And now these two aren't crushed.
Correct.
These two gems are not crushed. When do they get crushed?
So you would have to use something like Forbidden Fruit.
Forbidden Fruit says crush unused gems and draw 2 cards. Okay. And then that's when the fountain would come into play, is to uncrush them again.
Correct.
Alright. So let's see. Aura, just means like a static ability, right?
Correct.
If I see an eternal die, I gain +1/+1, but she won't see Eternals in the opposite lane, correct? So.
Correct.
But that could also be though in the lane in front of her or her lane.
Correct. Well, it's on both zones, so your main 6 or your opponent's 6.
Yes. Okay. Yep. That's what I was saying.
So, like, using other units to crash into your opponent's units and both dying at the same time will allow you to get the maximum number of.
Yeah. And so the +1/+1 is literally just adds to her base power and toughness, right? Right.
I've had games where she was 7/7. It was nuts.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
so,
Then proceed with your start of your turn.
okay, so I will draw. I will go into my adjustment phase. I'm going to pay 1 and play Fruit.
Okay. And then, so you're just putting it into play, right? You haven't used it yet.
I'm using it now, so I'm
right,
not
right,
gonna
right.
set it
Yeah. I
and
just want to separate the actions this way I can understand how to use things.
Yep. So I'm gonna activate Forbidden Fruit
So in order to play an item, you put it into the field in your lane.
in one of your lanes. Yes.
And so if you have no spots left in your lane, then you cannot play it.
You wouldn't be able to play a card in that lane.
Right. And so I just want to make sure that the item uses the lane.
Right.
And then you pass priority? Okay. So you put it into play, and then you pass it priority. Say, okay, I put this into play. Now, is it spell speed 0? So the slowest speed or the fastest speed?
The slowest.
Okay.
So it would be essentially a charm without the lightning bolt.
Okay.
Oh, so you just put it into play. Okay.
Okay. It's gonna take me a long time to probably wrap my head around the different speeds as well. Let me see.
So just to make sure I understand correctly, I would pay the one to put it in play before I crush, correct?
Yeah.
Okay,
Right,
so
because that's an ability, like on the card itself. So you can't
right.
use the ability until it's actually sitting in play.
Okay, I see. Oh, so you can arrow in response. That's pretty cool. Okay, I'm gonna activate. I'm gonna pass priority.
So
Never
do you
respond.
put it into play face up or face down?
If I'm gonna use it, it would have to be face up.
How do you turn it face up? So can you put an item face down first of all?
Yeah, you can. Then you would just have to flip it
How do you flip it?
like that.
Like what?
So I could. So if I wanted to bluff this card, right? I could set it face down as a bluff.
Right. No, I'm saying like, so is there a cost to flipping it face up?
Yeah. So when I flip it face up, that's a tap.
It's
When
the
I flip
cost.
it face up, I will pay the cost of 1 to play it
Yeah. Okay.
to activate the card.
Or you could just pay it and play it.
Right. Or I can just pay and play as an item.
Okay. Now, when you flip it face up, you have the same exact priority sequence of whatever speed of the card is. Whether
Right.
it's that
So
card or a different card, like whatever card that card has for speed
so
will.
the only thing that can respond. So items cannot respond to items, but charms can. I'm sorry. Items and basic charms. Sorry. Items and basic charms can not be chained to each other, but a lightning bolt charm can respond to an item.
Well, I don't really know how fast a charm is exactly, so I mean, I'm still trying to work on that. I mean, I get that they're sorcery speed, so you just play them
Yeah.
on your
So
main phase.
so the lightning charm would be an instant.
Yeah, okay. Alright, so, okay, it's in play, and you pass
I'm gonna
priority.
crush.
I don't
Yep.
think I have a response, so I just pass back.
And I'm gonna crush 2. And I'm gonna draw 2 cards.
You gonna.
So crushing just puts him face down.
Yeah, gonna do the second one?
Yeah, I did. I put 2.
I only see one of them face
My
down.
coin. Oh, it's the other. It's to your left.
What? Oh, that? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it was my
You have
coin.
4 now. Okay. Oh, you use a coin?
Yeah, so I crushed my coin.
Okay, okay.
I will draw 2 cards.
If you crush coin, it's gone.
Oh, really? Oh, it's not that broken then. How dare you ruin my dreams? Okay, it's gone.
It's gone. So how do you uncrush it? Like, you can't because it's gone, right?
Right, it's gone. See the way the coin read, I assumed that it said if once you use it as for like a gem cost, not a crush cost.
Okay.
Okay, so I will put this.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense though too. I mean, it's like whatever resource you're using it for, it's just a coin to buy a resource.
That makes sense. So I'm gonna pay 1 and play Fountain, and pass priority to you.
Okay,
Thank you.
so
Thank
you
you, Nick.
played a fountain, and that's face up, and that can just so an item after can you just sit in the field now
Until it resolves, and then it goes to discard.
until it resolves. What do you mean
So,
resolves?
so I'm gonna resolve it. So if you have no response, I'm gonna resolve by uncrushing my last gem.
Oh, restore up to 2 crushed gems. Okay. Okay, so boom, you uncrush your gem. So you paid 1, the last one that was over here, to uncrush that. Alright, and there's that. You attacking or not attacking?
So I'm going to enter combat now.
Yeah. And
I'm going to attack your lane for 1.
yep. So how does the priority sequence go for the attack phase?
So I'm going to declare it. I'm going to enter combat. So before I even attack.
Okay, so that's same. Yep. Go on.
I'm going to exhaust to show that I'm going to attack with this unit.
It's a declare attacker.
Yep, so I declare my attack on... So if you had a unit, I could attack your unit, or at this case, since you don't, I'm just going to go for your lane health.
Yeah.
So I will attempt to attack you for 1.
Is it like Argent Saga where you declare unit or health?
Yes. The difference is if I declare, let's say if I declare to a unit, if I declare onto one of your units, and then I could, let's say if I got rid of your unit or by another effect, either by an eternal effect or a charm effect, I could redirect my attack to a different target. So there's no shadow boxing, so to speak.
Okay, so if you remove the blocker or the original location of the
I can choose a different
attack.
target instead.
Yeah.
So
now,
let's say, for
if you're
example,
attacking life total and you have an ability that brings my life total to 0, or I bring it to 0 in response to activate some effect, then since I'm at 0, would your attack then be allowed to be directed to one of my units?
I can still attack your lane if your lane is 0.
You can still attack my health if my health is 0? Okay.
I can still attack it if it's 0.
Okay.
So I'm going to deal 1 here.
Yeah. Playback. Okay, and then what are you doing?
I'm going to set 1, and I'm going to activate my strike ability.
Okay, so you're going to pay 1, pay 5 life, and move cards around.
And I will draw a card. Or pass priority. Do you have a response?
No. So you pay the cost on the top of where the title of the ability is, and then you pass priority before the ability triggers off.
Correct.
Alright, and so is paying 5 life part of the cost, or is the 1 the part of the cost first, and then you have to activate the ability? And activating the ability includes the 5 life loss. You still there?
Yeah.
I lost your voice. There you go.
Yeah, so Nick has spoiled cards in the champion pack set that will allow you to change your opponent's champion. So it would be a cost to pay 5. So you would pay the 1 and pay 5 for a cost, because the pay life comes before the semicolon. So I would pay the 5.
So is there a reason that the pay 5 life isn't up top with the 1 cost? Is that just to separate the type of cost?
Yeah, so the pay 1 is a gem cost, and the additional cost is to pay 5 life.
Yeah.
So it's just like an additional cost to it.
But I mean, like, we have like these R3s or the R5s or whatever too.
Well, those are burst limit abilities. Those you would have to. So its cost to activate it is to remove 5 or 3 or how many the R is.
Right.
So that would be your quote gem cost for it, but as a burst limit.
Okay.
Okay, so I dealt you 1, and I set 1 face down, and I'm gonna pass my turn.
Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna drop a turn here. Doop, doop, doop.
Nick, I do have a question though. So if I pay the 1 and 5 for cost, and let's say they activated the snare to put my champion back in my Aether deck to swap out, would my effect fizzle, or would I still put one face down and draw a card, and then as the effect would resolve, or what? How would that work? Just
Hey
for you,
Tom,
dude.
thanks for the
Just for you.
thanks for the sub, bud.
I forgot that my Prime was up and Paul hasn't been streaming, so I was like, I'll give it the lead.
Nice, thanks, appreciate it. Hey Dylan, how's it going, bud? Dylan just popped in too. Woot woot.
Sorry.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to continue to do stuff myself here. Right, I'm gonna start. I'm going to move to combat. You good with combat?
Yeah, that's good.
Come on. I'm going to attack life total.
Sure, I'll take one.
Is that called attacking the lane?
Yeah, that is attacking the lane. Okay, so the effect would still trigger, so I would still draw that my champion would just be swapped out. That's cool to know. It's not a negate, so to speak. It's a change.
Alright, so you're saying if the spirit gets the champion gets swapped out, then whatever ability you activated still would go off.
Still will resolve, yeah.
Yep. Okay. So I attacked with my guy here, and she just stays tapped, right?
Yep. So she will stay tapped until your next judgment.
What is the terminology for tapped?
Exhausted.
Exhausted. Okay. For an enemy return. Okay. Alright, so let's see what I got in my hand here. What can I do next? I have 4 gems now. Now, how much life is kind of like somewhat, talking from a strategy standpoint now, how much life is kind of typically do you let yourself play with before you stop using Strife's first ability?
Well, in a normal match, it would be 50 minutes. So you would just have to gauge it based on how well the game's like, how well you're doing in that lane, that particular lane.
Mm-hmm.
But then you also have like your engines, so you want to kind of be cautious on how low you get on those.
What's the engines?
Your obliteration engine, your counter snare, so to speak. So the one that says whenever your opponent summons a 2 or higher eternal, you can negate its summon by paying life. So you want to keep your eye on that.
Right. And what is summon? From play? From a hand to play, or from any zone to play?
That's a good question. Let me look at the rules. So the rules state the most common place you will play cards would be in your main zone.
Yeah.
You can play cards by paying their cost of the gem by turning them sideways, and you can activate your card or summon an Eternal from either lane if you have an open zone. Now, my Hanako says that I can summon a different basic, so you could technically negate my summon from Hanako. So if I paid the 2 to put her back to summon another one, you can negate that. Now, if it said put into play, I'm not sure if that would be different than summon. I'm assuming. Oh, so if it specifically says summon, okay. Look, I was right, didn't even look in chat.
Okay, so the general rule is that cards are summoned from hand to play, but it also includes the exception of if it specifically states summon.
Put it. Oh, if it says put into play. That's cool. I like that.
Okay, let's see. So, what am I up to? Okay. Summon a card from the Underworld, Afterworld, or deck. You're actually summoning it.
So as long as it states summon, then it summons. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what else you got for me?
I'm thinking about if I want to play a unit, or if I want to hold up my gems.
Now I will say, with what is in your hand, your 4-drop rain,
Mm-hmm.
you could play it into the same lane as my Hanako,
Yeah.
and then attack into my Hanako, killing, pretty much committing, Harikari.
Yeah. Suiciding it. Yep.
And then you draw a card off of it.
I draw a card.
Yeah, because I'm a 2 health versus your 1 health, your
Yeah.
1 attack.
Right. Right. So I could do that, and I saw that, and was thinking about it. But I was also thinking about not doing that and holding up for another play that you might be playing, because like we both know, I have the Obliteration engine.
Yeah.
So I mean that would leave me with one shard, or one gem to play with, one stone to play with. And what does activate an effect, like these pink dot things?
Yeah, when I would activate an effect. The ones that say like when I'm destroyed in battle would be a trigger, I'm assuming. I mean, it is a trigger, but it wouldn't be an activated effect. Nick's probably like, you're wrong, dude.
Boom.
Nice.
So, so this either player's turn. If I see an enemy Eternal activate an effect, you can crush 2 unused gems. Oh, okay. I don't have 2 unused gems, though. I might have wanted to wait to use that.
No, but it does give you a 2/3 for me to have to get around now.
But it doesn't have intercept.
It doesn't have haste. Right, it doesn't have haste or intercept, but if I leave this, like you can kill my Hanako on your next turn, or you can start dealing more damage to my lane.
Yeah, but your Hanako can kill it back if I kill your Hanako.
That's true. But the cool thing is if you waited till next turn to kill it and you killed my Hanako, when it's not an activated ability, but if it was an activated ability, you could negate it. But since it's an aura or continuous.
I actually want to just go ahead and keep that in hand and just
keep the 4 up.
Yeah, just keep it up and pass.
I'm gonna draw for turn. Just thinking now.
Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, lead with the strats. That's right. I'll try to figure it out. I gotta try to figure out what I want to do over here. I got, as you guys can see, and as Thomas can see through my stream, I have double traps on both sides, double snares on both sides. I think it helps me balance, helps protect my two lanes. Okay, did you just? What did you just?
I paid 1 to play Rain.
Oh,
Desolation out.
okay. Now, how do you destroy my face down stuff?
So there are quick play charms that allow me to target and destroy face down snares or charms.
Okay. Now, what
So
if
I'm gonna
what
pay
if the
1
face
to
down
attempt
card
it.
is an item?
I could technically, it could kill that too.
Oh, all right. Well, you
It
just
just
say that. So,
it says non-eternal card, so
oh,
it's just
oh,
one
okay,
one.
okay, all right, all right. There you go.
So I'm going to pay 1 to attempt to summon this. Pass priority.
Yeah. So when are you passing the priority? Is it Are you casting it so it's in the queue like
Yeah,
normal?
so it's in queue. So it's in queue now.
So it's not in the field yet.
It is not. It is not on. It is not resolved.
So I pass priority and let it resolve, right?
Okay.
And then is there another priority after it's resolved?
It would go back to my open priority.
Yeah, and so I'd have to hold off on anything until you pass priority again.
Correct. Or do something in response to one of your.
It's gonna be the rain battle. They're like gonna kill each other, and then then they're gonna see each other die, and then they're both gonna get bigger, but it's gonna be too late. And even if it wasn't, they'd still kill each other. That's just a little bit of a fun joke there. I'm just messing around with that idea. Let's see. So, I think that I was hoping to be able to use this obliteration engine, but I think that he saw that coming, obviously, and is just playing the smaller guy instead this time. I think I'm actually going to go ahead and use this snare instead, if he can attack next turn.
So I don't have haste, so I can't attack this turn.
Right. Yeah, I was just joking with the chat about the two rains on the board here. They're gonna they're gonna see each other die, and they're both gonna get bigger because of it. But it doesn't matter because they're both gonna still just die from each other for infinity. They're just gonna be like infinitively growing and dying at the same time.
Pass turn. Oh wait, no, I can attack.
Oh,
Hold
you
on.
can attack.
No, I am attacking. I will enter combat.
Yes.
I will attack your lane for 1.
Response.
Sure.
Did that turn it face up?
Yep. So turn face up.
Right. So this goes to my underworld.
Yep. So that will go to your discard, and that will go to my discard. It'll go to your discard, not your afterworld.
My afterworld's over here. My underworld's over here.
Oh, I see what you're doing. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just mimicking. I'm mimicking the playmat.
I thought you were mirrored on my side for some reason, but you're not.
So that the way that the untap works.
Yeah. So the way I see it is the way that you see it on my side, which is weird.
Yeah, so it's just untapped. So if we were to reverse the screen, it would look correct from his perspective.
Yeah.
It's really weird.
Well, it looks correct on my side, which is weird.
The ashes.
Oh, he's talking about your snare that you just activated.
Why would I move it to the afterworld?
Okay, so you need to move these. Hold on.
Why would I need to
Move
move?
these to the other
Those
side.
are supposed to be in the underworld, aren't they? Oh, those are supposed to go to the afterworld from the strafe ability,
Right.
and then this would go to the. All right, stop touching my cards. Let me touch my cards.
I wasn't touching them. That was my card.
Come on, move. Gotcha.
Nope, almost.
Huh?
There you go. There you go.
I don't know.
It snapped.
Okay. There we go. Okay, because the strafe ability goes to the afterworld, not the underworld.
Right.
So I was putting these two cards in the wrong spot. Which is my bad.
I will now. I will pass my turn.
All right. Take that.
Boom.
I will draw one.
Do your worst.
I will add to play. Why are you? It's just so hard to play with.
It's on tab.
Yeah. So I will pay one. Crush, draw two. Right?
So you're playing fruit? Yep, that's fine.
So it's an item, right? So I actually play it into the field, correct?
Right. So how it would technically go is you would go pay one to play the item.
All right. So I didn't
Pass
crush yet.
priority.
So I haven't crushed yet. So I'm paying one. I play the item. Pass priority.
I will pass priority back to you, and then you pay the two. Now you.
I will activate the ability.
Yes. Correct.
Sending that
And then you draw.
to the afterworld. Then
It
I
would
will
have been
draw
nice
two.
to have it.
And then pay one. Boom.
Yep.
Now, when does the restore up two crushed gems happen? The moment it comes into play?
So you would pay the one to play the item, pass priority to me.
Oh, does this item stay in the field?
No, it would go to discard.
You can only activate the effect of Fortune of Ethernia once per turn, so why does it go to the graveyard?
That way, if you had multiple ones in your hand, you couldn't activate multiples.
Oh, so like, why doesn't it have it just have the pink dot on it?
Because that way it's a one. I think the updated one will actually have the pink dot.
All right, Nick, make sure there's a pink dot on that fountain.
Let me look, because I can see the fountain.
Oh, yeah, these are old. So there will be a pink dot. Okay, all right. All right, we're good. We're just going.
Yeah. The updated has the.
All right. I land the item into the field. Pass priority.
I will pass back to you.
All right, I will activate fountain
Restore to you.
to restore two.
Makes things more interesting now.
Do you like that? That was pretty good.
I like that. Look at that pink dot.
Ah, look at that. It's pretty. The pink dot. Restore up to two crushed gems. Hidden in the forest of solitude lies a mysterious fountain. Its waters are rumored to hold many secrets. Alright, so let's that. Boop, 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 boop. And we are back to play here. What do I want to do? I want to move to combat.
Sure.
Attack of the lane.
On declaration of attack, I will flip up and pay 3.
What? You're not allowed to have those. Only I can have those.
Didn't see that coming.
So this will go to my underworld. My underworld
And
pile.
my continued effect and my aura ability will now activate. Since I did see
Yeah.
an eternal die in my lane, I will gain 1.
Hmm. Now, does that trigger and go on the queue on the chain, or does that just automatically happen?
That's a good question. Let me see.
Maybe I'm asking too, but it does not use the chain. It just happens. Okay, automatic.
Yeah.
All right, does not use the chain.
It just happens.
It just happens. Just gotta deal with it. All right. Let's see here. And I think I go ahead and pass turn back.
I will draw for turn. Judgment.
What are you doing? Are you removing stuff? Oh,
I
you're
was
using.
looking at my discard.
Huh?
I was looking at cards in my discard.
Ah,
In my my underworld.
for for the judgment ability.
Yeah, I was seeing how many I had. I'm going to enter combat.
So hold on, let me get the bigger version of this card so I'm not hurting my face. Let's see, strife. All right. Remove 5. So then you're removing. So the ability, the cost to remove 5, is from.
Hand, underworld, void, or in play.
And they all 5 have to be the same spot.
No, they can be anywhere. So it could be like 2 in the after or in the underworld, 2 in play, 1 in hand.
In order to target one eternal in either underworld.
Afterworld.
What does
Is
it mean?
void
Either
afterworld?
underworld. Does that include mine or?
So you can target. I can target one of your Eternals in your underworld, or one of mine in my underworld.
That's gross. It's only
And get a
yours.
good taste.
Why does it
Yeah.
say either underworld?
So it means I can target in either player's underworld.
Well, no, but he just said.
Only yours. For cost. Oh yeah. So only for cost it would be
Yeah,
on
yeah,
my
yeah, yeah,
side.
yeah, yeah, yeah. For the cost, you have to pay out of your underworld, but for the ability, you can target an eternal in either underworld to steal. Yep, no problem. Thank you, Nick. That's pretty good. All right, so, and if you do, so and it gives it haste, and if you do, and if that lane's health is greater than 0, make the life in that lane equal to the opposing life. What?
Right. So let's say, for example, your lane had 1 HP or one health left,
Yeah.
and then my lane had, let's say, 19, because you were doing nothing in that lane the entire time.
Yeah.
So, or actually, let me do the opposite. Let's say I didn't do anything to your lane, you were taking me down, and I had 1. If I use Strife's effect and summon it to my lane, then my lane's health will become what the opposing lane's life is. So then I would go back up to 19, and you would stay at 19, and then we would continue doing battle in that lane.
Okay. And if I was at 1, you'd go down to 1.
I would go down to 1.
Hmm. That does seem pretty powerful. All right, let's see.
You are removing 5 cards to use it, though.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like it would necessarily be a problem yet.
Right.
especially once you get to a constructed deck instead of the structure decks.
Okay, so I'm gonna enter combat.
Yeah.
I'm gonna attempt to attack your lane for for 2.
Activate.
And I'm dead. So now I'm going to pay 3. And I will summon my Hanako Quantum. I'm bad at saying words. This giant Hanako. So she's a 4/1 with Shadow Strike. She has the strike ability. And then if she was summoned by another Hanako, I can target one face down or face up with the cost of 3 or less from my afterworld and add it to my hand. So with the 2 cards that I currently have in my afterworld, if it gets summoned out, I can go in and bring it back, add another card to my hand.
Yeah, only if it's summoned by the other Hanako ability, right?
Coercion, thank you.
Yeah, coercion. Yeah.
I'm
Quantum coercion.
an ex Yu-Gi-Oh player. We don't read names, we don't read words, we just look at pretty pictures. Anybody in the chat can verify if they played Yu-Gi-Oh. And I will pass turn.
But it doesn't have haste. Okay.
Oh, Nick, you played Yu-Gi-Oh. You know what I mean.
I will draw for turn. What's reflex?
So reflex is an ability that you can use that would be able to react to, like, so with your strife. So its ability says whenever an enemy attacks or uses a card effect that targets one of your cards, you can pay 1 in response to that ability from hand. So to activate it, you would have to have it in your hand to use the reflex. So for example,
Hold on. Let me just read it without.
Okay, I'll let you read.
No, you're fine. It's just I just can't listen and read at the same time. I'm not really good at that. When an enemy attacks or a card effect targets one of your cards. So is it whenever an enemy attacks or attacks one of your cards?
So whenever one of your units, your Eternals attack me, or if you activate an ability that targets a card. So let me see.
Okay. Whenever an enemy attacks one of your Eternals or targets one of your cards, you can pay 1 to summon this card from your hand. If you do, change the target of this to this card and proceed immediately to damage calculation. Okay, so he's a 1/3 for 3 that can just kind of like pop in there. That's cool. All right, I'm good. I understand.
Let's see. Oh, and I passed. So yeah,
Yeah.
your
Yeah, I'm in it. I'm in it. Oops. Get back in there. You didn't see anything. Can your lane life total be greater than 20?
I don't think there's anything other than strife that lets you gain life at the moment.
The answer is nope. Okay. So no, your life total cannot be greater than 20. Okay. If an enemy Eternal uses an effect, or Eternals activate an effect, you can crush 2 unused gems and negate that effect. And if you just destroy that Eternal. So I'm looking at this. Return me to the deck and summon a different basic version of me. But you have to use that after you strike. And so I can negate that and okay. So I think I play this here.
Okay.
And pass the turn.
Okay, I will draw. Judgment. Pay 2 for Hanako.
Yeah, no response.
Enter combat.
Actually, hold on.
Okay.
Do I want to?
Do you have a response?
I think so. I'm just deciding if I want to use it or not.
Okay.
Activate.
So you'll take 2.
I will take 2.
Enter combat.
Yeah.
4
RFG.
from game. That is true.
Oh. And you do remove from the game. Okay.
Yep. I will go 4 to your lane health.
Yes. So that's 4.
I will activate my strike ability.
Yep. To go get another. Oh, I was reading that.
Oh, I'll put it back.
That's all good. No, you're fine. You're fine. Carry on. It's just you just go get another basic.
Yeah, just swap out for another basic.
Yeah.
Play Hanako.
Okay. And that one is the same one as before.
Yep, she has haste, shadow strike, and stealth, and then I can swap out.
Yeah. Which is probably gonna happen.
Summon enter combat.
Yep.
Attempt 2 to your health.
Yep.
Activate my strike.
Activating the strike effect.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Activate her second effect that she was summoned by another Hanako.
You can add 1 face down. So, if summoned by another Hanako, you can add 1 face down or 1 face up cost 3 or less card from your afterworld to your hand. So that includes snares, items, anything, right?
Yep.
Including
Anything
Eternals.
that gets, anything that goes to afterworld. I'm going to pay 1 and play fruit.
What did you put back in your hand? Just curious.
I put a face down.
If I'm some return.
So I chose a face down card instead of a face up because I don't have any face ups.
You had face down cards in the afterworld?
Yes,
I mean,
which is why this side over here.
Oh, is that afterworld? Oh, okay, in the afterworld.
Right.
Now I only have champions in the afterworld, right? Just those 2 champions.
This is your afterworld right here. They are the cards that you removed for Strife Effect.
Yeah, yeah. Huh?
What you removed to bring out your champion is removed from game.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh, these 2 cards were from the Strife's ability. Okay.
Right, right. Not your champions that are in the expel, but your face downs over here are from your Strife ability.
Okay, yeah. So my face down. So no, yeah, okay. Strife puts it in the afterworld, not in the graveyard.
Correct. So I will pay 1 to play fruit and pass priority.
Okay. Yeah, pass back.
I will crush 2. And I will draw 2. I will set 1 card. And I have 1 left. I will pass turn.
Yep. I will. Drop return.
Nick, I would like to say, on your hero calling, I think the name is the 6 cost charm that lets you summon an Eternal back from either player's graveyard to give it haste. I dig the flavor text. Someone likes Overwatch.
Alright, so let me just get everything untapped here and put a new.
All I'm saying, if you come out with a Sombra type champion, I will buy 10 of them.
I think you have to buy 12.
I might buy 12.
They come out in 3s. Okay.
Duly noted.
Alright, so what do I want to do here? Alright, so maybe I want to hold up some gems so that you can't do your whole shadow realm things over there.
Shenanigans.
Yeah. So let's see, what else do I got going on though? I think it's time for me to play the same game.
Uh-oh.
Move to combat.
Combat's good.
Life, lane total.
Yep, I'll take 2.
Alright, strike ability.
Strike's good.
Send to deck. Main deck top. Search. Find card. Oh man, okay, everything's really small in here. So the kinetic one was the one I just had out, right?
Correct. That's your job.
That's one, right?
Good.
Okay.
Yep.
And then the second ability, if I'm summoned from another Hanako, you can add 1 face down or one face-up costs 3 or less from your afterworld to your hand. So I don't know. Do I
So you,
know what's in these what's in this pile?
no, you wouldn't know anything.
So how do I search? Do I
And
search through it to find out now?
so you wouldn't search. You would just randomly take one. But your Hanako would go in the left lane.
Oh, it has to go in the left lane.
Yeah, it swaps lanes when they strike.
Go to your other lane. Okay. Other lane, it says. Other lane. Okay, okay, guys, okay. Let's see. So you said that.
So you won't know what of your two
Well, then
cards
how
to
do
add
I
to your
know if they cost 3 or less to be able to take them?
the 3 or less is only if it's face up.
Oh, okay. Alright. Let's take this guy, and I can just hit R to return that to hand, right? What's that? What's that? That's different. Haven't seen one of these yet. Hold on, let me see. Select. And so, Charm with a lightning bolt next to it is instant speed, right? I can cast that on your turn.
Right. So you can play it from your hand as a instant speed, or if you wanted to activate it on my turn, you would have to set it like a snare.
And then I can activate it from the field like a snare, but at
Right.
any time, like instant speed.
Right. Nick, the counter assault states to go in the unless it's changed. Hold on, let me look at that before I make a fool of myself. Oh, so the new updated version says this lane. Okay, cool.
Move to combat.
Sure.
So this one just came into play, right? So I can't use that one,
Correct.
but I can
Right.
attack with this one. All right, attack lane for 2.
For 2. I will take it.
Yeah, search you will,
He's like, yeah, you will.
and you'll like it. Let's see. Oh yeah, I can reveal this to myself here, so that I can see it. Reveal to me. And I will pass turn.
Okay. And you have 5 open. Draw for turn. Oh, this is gonna be a fun card. Judgment. I'm going to pay 1 to activate Pippi's Pepper Plant. So the updated version is that the unit becomes a 5/5, and is given haste. So it doesn't gain +5/+5. So
Okay, becomes a 5/5.
yep. So it becomes a 5/5, gains haste, and then it cannot attack the lane directly, but then dies at the end turn. So I will use Pippi's Pepper Plant on my Hanako, turning her into a 5/5.
Okay, and it cannot attack lane.
It cannot deal damage directly to your lane.
Okay, so you have to attack my unit.
Yep.
By Eternal.
So I will pass priority on the activation and target.
Hey Rex, how's it going?
Is that good for you? They're making a 5/5.
Is that good for me? He says. Yeah, I should have totally kept this card in my hand. Let me see. Heck yeah. We're going to be doing a lot of playing of the homies game, so hang out. Hit that follow button and catch us whenever we come on. We're going to be playing a lot of Ethernia, I'm thinking. Let's see.
So I'm sorry. Do you have any response to the item?
I'm trying to determine that. Thanks for the follow, Rex. All right. Yeah, I'll proceed.
Combat.
Yeah. Reflex boy.
Reflex boy's there. I will respond to you. Let me see. I'm going to flip this face up and pay 3. And I will pay 1 to negate the summon and remove it from play.
But why are you paying 1 for?
Because your gem cost is 1. Oh, I can't. It's a 2. It's not a 2.
Right,
I lied.
yeah.
I don't. You can't.
So
don't listen to me. It's going back face down.
all right. What obliteration engine.
Put. Okay, yeah. Okay, so yeah, so going to damage.
Yep.
I will destroy your strife.
Yeah.
Reported. No. I will attempt to use my strike ability.
And I will crush to use my my EPT ability on Rain Shadows of Ethernia.
Sounds good.
And then it goes from remove from game, right? No, wait, hold on.
No,
Negate that effect, and if you do, destroy that Eternal. Yeah. Hey, thanks Shin the Legend. Thanks for the follow. Okay, so am I bothering your turn yet?
Maybe. So you have 2 open. Gonna pay 2.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play my Hanako.
You hosted me? Thanks, I appreciate it. That's really awesome. Thank you so much.
So we will. I will attempt to summon in your response.
Okay, where are we? Summon. Okay, you summoning this dude. Yes.
Oh no, you're gonna put it back in my hand.
Yeah, you can't re-summon it.
And I can't resummon it. Yep, it's back in my hand.
You guys are awesome. Thank you so much.
So let's change some stuff now. So I'm going to remove my strife.
Oh, here he
And
goes,
I'm going
switching out his champion.
to remove my ring. And I'm going to play Hanako.
Now we're playing Pokemon.
Right.
Call your Hanako from deck, from being on deck. All right, let's see.
And I am going to pass.
Is that the homie, Hanako? Yeah, yeah. Play Ethernia. I imagine is the homie of the game. All right, so let's see. Let me reread her abilities. All right, so Aether Expedition costs 4. Either player's turn can expel one basic Eternal you control or crush one, and expel one basic enemy Eternal. End of turn. EOT is end of turn.
Yeah, end of turn it comes back.
Okay, so you banish one of my things to come back. Okay. You flicker it. And then
Flip.
the ultimatum is target my assassin and one enemy in the opposing lane. Move your assassin to that lane and immediately proceed to damage. Okay, so you flip the assassins over across the lanes.
Right.
Heck yeah. She's a pretty girl.
So Nick, quick question then. If I use her burst limit when my opponent is targeting a Hanako in the same lane, if I swap lanes, would that initial effect fizzle since it's no longer in the same lane? That's pretty legit. I like that.
So you can respond to me doing something to one of your stuff, basically.
Right. So if I happen to have a Hanako on the board and you attempt to sorry.
Are they all right?
Yeah,
The-
it's back
just,
time.
just, just running around. Oh, is there any left in the tub?
I hope so. So yeah, so if you attempt to destroy me or
Yeah.
target it in any way, I can quick dodge it.
Okay.
But yes,
Oh, because you can move it out of that lane into the other lane.
correct.
Cool deal. Right, because this is
'Cause
a
it wasn't
counter
summoned,
to it
yeah.
coming into play.
Right.
Negate the summon. Right, okay. Oh, you passed it to me? Okay.
Yes. Well, yeah. Also, it's an action speed 3.
So, these crushed gems stay crushed.
Correct. And if they were exhausted, if you happen to exhaust them, they would not untap during your judgment phase either.
Tell that to the X button on my keyboard.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Alright. Um Now I gotta do some stuff here. Move to combat.
Sure.
For 2.
I will take 2.
Move to combat.
Combat's good.
For 4.
4 is good.
Alright, trigger strike.
Strike is good.
Send to main deck top. Find card. Find Hanako. Shuffle main. Move to combat.
Sure.
Attack lane.
Lane's good. I'll take 2.
Trigger strike.
Strike's good.
Okay, we're gonna see how this works. Which one is this in? This one? This one. Now, I can pay 2 gems, right?
Well, first you would get her effect.
Get her what?
One sec. So when she's summoned by another Hanako, you would get her effect to add 1 from your underworld and return it back to the deck.
Okay. If I'm summoned by another Hanako, you can target 1 Hanako in your underworld. Okay, so this pile is big old pile of mess here. Can I group these up? Group cards. Alright.
Oh no, my gem.
Oh no, did I group your gem?
No, I did.
Oh! Good. Keep your gem to your side here. Why are these cards face down? Were some of these face down in that pile?
No, for some reason it put everything face down for me.
So, can I hover over a card and how do I get these all to reveal to me?
Then I'm looking.
Hold on, let me
Oh, just double click on the group and you can see everything. So it should be automatically revealed.
Well,
to
right,
you,
but
and
I
then
have like half of my cards are face up, half of them are face down, and so I'm just gonna hit reveal all to, or I'm just gonna hit reveal cards because that's a revealed card zone anyway. Do I have a Hanako in my graveyard? I have a Rain. I have no Hanakos.
no dice.
No dice. And then I can use the first ability to pay 2, right?
Yes.
Oh, no, no Tappy. Tappy down here. And then I put her back on top of my deck.
Yes.
Find card. And then I can go get Hanako again, but I won't be able to trigger the strike ability again. But the second ability, if I'm summoned by another Hanako, you can crush 1 gem and target 1 Eternal in this lane to strike. Okay, which I can't do. Well, I don't have obviously anybody to target anyways. But at least I can attack the lane.
Technically, you could activate it and kill your Rain. It doesn't say opposing.
It would have to be in the correct lane though.
Well, yeah, no. So it summons to the same lane. The updated text for the 1-drop Hanako puts it in the same lane.
Oh, it puts it in the same lane? Oh my gosh, okay. Alright. Move to combat.
Yeah. I will take 2.
Take 2.
I gotta do something. I'm gonna lose.
Move to combat.
Yeah, it's good. I'll take 1.
Yep. And then pass turn.
I will draw.
That was a big combat.
That was a good turn. I will go into judgment.
So everybody, while Thomas is thinking real quick, let's give you a quick rundown on the Tavern Brawlers here real quick. We've been a team for about a year and a half, almost 2 years. Actually, it's almost 2 years now. We've been a team. The team has grown through various growths. We used to be a very small, kind of casual team, and we were very local at the time. And we went to playing some tournaments for Force of Will. Most of us had come from like Magic backgrounds, but Magic kind of made us a little bit tired. So we wanted to try new things. So we played Force of Will. That's when I joined the team. Was playing Force of Will, and so I started some Force of Will with locals, and we became a team and we traveled. We went to some big tournaments for Force of Will, and with a very small turnout. And at one of those events, we met the game Argent Saga. And so we quickly adopted Argent Saga because of how amazing it was and how fun it was to play. And with the growth of Argent Saga, it gave us the opportunity to grow as a team and to do more and actually have a real impact in the community. In the Magic community, your impact is always very small because the game is so massive and so big. Everybody has their favorites already, very well established. So we took the opportunity in Argent Saga to become a little bit more professional, a little bit more to this and that. We started doing more content. I am a relatively new content maker. I'm a relatively new streamer myself. So we're been growing. We've been doing new things all the time, and we're going to continue to grow and continue to try new things. Um, Thomas joined the team about a year ago here. I think that's pretty close, right, Tom?
Yeah, right
And
after Orlando.
yeah, and we've been playing Argent Saga and whatever else that we want to play since then. And Argent Saga has taken its downturn now, and while that is turning down, we have an opportunity to expand our experiences with other games as well. So we appreciate you hanging out here with us. We do have a Discord community and a Facebook page as well. Um, so here's the Discord link if you guys are interested in exploring the Tavern Brawlers Discord. We call it the Tavern for short. And we definitely love to have you guys there. If you do pop in right now, note that there's a rules gate. You have to hit an icon on the rules, and then there's an a roles channel, and you select your roles in order to see which content you want to enjoy while you're at the tavern. All are welcome. It's a family-oriented community, so if you have young ones in your gaming community who want to participate in the game, they're certainly welcome to join. We make sure that all behaviors of everybody in the tavern remain as such as a community level type of group. So, and the community that we have in there is really really awesome. You guys will love them.
Yeah, we're a fun bunch of guys and girls.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm gonna pay 1, and I'm gonna play my ultimate ability, Hanako Quantum Cantata Stream. So its rally ability lets me restore all crushed gems that are currently crushed, and then I would gain an attack for each crushed gem uncrushed.
What does it mean by gain one attack? Does it mean by gain one power or multiple attacks?
1 power.
Okay. So it'll be a 3-2, a 3-1.
Right. So I'm gonna pay 1, put it in queue, and I'm up to. So we'll get 2. So it is a 3-1 currently.
Yeah. And it's unblockable because it has stealth.
I will tap 5, and I will play Strife Heroic Charge. His ongoing ability says any ally in this lane that he is currently in cannot be destroyed by card effects the turn he enters play.
Any ally that is in the lane cannot be destroyed by card effects. Okay.
And then
hold on.
And then his second ability says I can pay 1.
Yeah.
And target an Eternal and give it haste.
Okay. So you're gonna make your 3/1 guy have haste.
I am going to pay 1, and I'm going to give himself haste.
Right, that makes a little bit more sense, I suppose.
And I will enter combat. And I will attack your Hanako.
So he has 4 toughness as well. That's pretty big.
He's a chunky one.
Chunky monkey. Let's see. I guess I don't have a response, so he's just gonna go bye-bye. You don't want me going off again next turn, do you? Oh, you passed turn. Alright, let's see what I got going on. What do I want to do here? What do I want to do?
Pass.
Oh, you can use rally every turn, every one of your turns?
Rally is only when it comes into play.
Okay.
I wish.
But you can use the second ability every turn. Oh, no, I guess that would...
It's technically only one effect. The updated is when it comes into play, replenish all and gain an attack.
Okay.
And then its condition is it can only be gem summoned, and then when it attacks, it removes itself.
Okay. Okay, so I don't think I have to worry about him too much. But, let's see, what else can I do? Move to combat.
Sure.
Well, let me just check something else here real quick. Attack lean.
Attack. I will reflex.
Okay.
And then I will soak your attack.
Yep. All good.
No attack for you.
He dies though, right?
I'm a 1/3 and you're a 2/3.
Oh. Oh, the other guy was a 5/5 when mine died. Gotcha. Working on it. Jeez, I need one of those guys. The Hanakos, the quantum katanas.
Oh,
I need one of them.
Well, it's a one of, so I mean, eventually you'll get to it.
gonna put an item down, face down here. Reveal to myself so that I can see what I'm doing. I will move to combat.
Sure.
Attack lane.
I will take one.
I gotta look at what my other champions do here real quick.
Sure.
See if it's worth bothering to switch over right now. Alright, so Rain. What does Rain do? We haven't played with Rain yet. Pay 1. When a battle occurs, you can target one Eternal, reduce its attack by 1 until the end of the next turn. Okay.
So the update to that card is to use the one is a gem drain. So you would take one of your gems and put it on the bottom of your shard deck.
Oh. That's different. Alright, and then R5, remove 5 cards from your opponent's underworld or afterworld from the game. Your Eternals cannot activate or have activated their effects the turn you do this.
So, and the update to that burst limit is that there's no prerequisite, so you can just, it's during your turn, remove 5. That's all good. She was just being sad on all game for 1 cost, yeah. So the burst limit, you're able to remove up to 5 from your opponent's underworld or afterworld without having to. You can do it whenever. You don't have to be the first thing to activate.
Okay. So.
Oh yeah, no, I don't blame her. Like you set on her for 1. That's super broke.
What do you mean?
So Rain's initial ability wasn't a drain; it was just a pay 1.
Yeah. That drain makes it seem like it's too hard to use, though. Like, why is that good enough to be used at all?
So let's say you have a 1 health,
Yeah.
a 1 health unit. You could drain your opponent's attack to 0 to where they won't deal you damage, and you can still deal them damage back.
Excuse me. I mean, I understand the importance of reducing 1 attack.
Yeah.
Excuse me. But to do it
With
at the cost of losing the drain makes it seem really bad. I don't know. Like, I'm just trying to figure it out, right? I mean, there's information out there that I don't know yet, too. What's Shield of the Mighty?
The one I played, the 1-drop. So let's say if you were attacking and then I would Strife, you could use Rain's effect to reduce its cost to 1 to prevent me from dying, and then I could strike out.
Alright. I don't know. Let's see. So, I don't think I want to change my champions right now. I don't think there's worth anything for me to dig for. So, let me see what else I can get going over here.
Oh, here comes the big one.
Yeah. So, the rally ability, remove from the game all cards in this lane except for him. So, this is going to go to the exile zone here. And until the end of my opponent's second judgment phase, which is what? When's their second judgment phase?
My next 2 charges. And while you read through that, I'll be back.
What's that? So the next two charges, the next two times that he opens up those gems. Okay. Okay. Charge phase. So for 2 whole turns. Wow, that's impressive. Wow.
I totally could have responded. Oh no, yeah, I totally could have responded with Hanako's ability and brought my ultimate over and killed your 1-drop rain or your 4-drop rain, but I didn't think about it.
Well, I mean, I don't care. Do whatever you gotta do.
Oh no, it's fine, it's fine. I'm cool not doing it.
All right.
Oh no, the remove 3, not the banish. Yeah, the burst limit.
All right, then pass turn. So I got those 2 units out of Eternals out of my way because they were gonna keep knocking on my other unit anyways. So I might as well have just done that and gotten that over with, and gotten those other 2 out. I locked out this lane for 2 turns, and so let's see. Needed player can activate or place cards in this lane. So this lane is completely locked out for you.
Oh, and it does have haste, so technically you could attack with it.
Oh, it does have haste. I will move to combat and attack for 1.
That's fine. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can't do anything in this lane for 2 turns.
Yeah. So I pass to you turn 1.
First judgment. Pay 2. Play Hanako.
Yeah, you're all good, bud.
Combat.
Yeah.
Attack your lane for 2.
Yep.
I will not activate strike.
Yeah, because the
It would just bounce back.
abandon all hope. Yeah. It would what?
I said I could bounce back. I just wouldn't get to put anything into play.
Yeah.
I will pay 4. I will activate my Hanako ability to expel my Hanako. I'll just put it right here. And then it will come back at during the end of turn.
At the end of
The end of this turn.
Yeah, okay.
End of turn. I will return it back to the field, and since it was summoned by a Hanako ability, I will crush 1 gem and I will destroy your ring. And I will pass turn.
Okay.
So this will die.
Yeah. I'll draw 1. And charge 1. Move to combat.
Sure.
Get you down to 2.
Tink. Nice.
Yeah, and if that was the obliteration engine on that side, I'd be okay with that too.
So he has a keyword called Sundering, and what Sundering does is it's trample that transfers over to the opposing lane.
Okay, so if I attack your unit directly, then it will do
So like
extra
you would
excess
deal,
damage. Yeah.
yeah, like you would deal 2 damage to another unit on my side.
Another unit or another or to the lane.
No, it's Sundering goes to. I'm sorry, lane, not
Yeah,
unit.
yeah, yeah. Okay, sorry. Yeah, yeah.
I had it right the first time, and then I like reiterated myself.
All right, so he's got 6 toughness as well, so that's pretty good. Um, yeah, having crushed gems is not fun.
And you've drawn into 2 fountains, but you haven't drawn into your ultimate yet.
Not 2 fountains, 2 fruits.
2 fruit.
1 fountain.
Oh, I thought you hit. No, I hit the 2 fountains.
Okay.
Just kidding.
Yeah, I have a fruit in my hand, so. Do you have to activate strike abilities? Oh, you don't have to, right? Yeah. And you said we can attack the opposing units?
Yeah, you can attempt. You can choose to attack units. I don't know. I want to say that it probably is mandatory because it doesn't say. Well, no, because you would have to activate it.
Right, it's an activated ability, right?
Yeah, so it's not a trigger.
Combat.
Sure,
Attack units attacking your Hanako.
sure. We'll crash.
Yep. Strikes are optional. And then pass turn.
Draw.
Yep. And
This
second.
is my second. Yeah.
Yep.
Pay 4 for rain.
Yeah.
I will enter combat.
Nice. You gonna get my guy?
I'm gonna kill him now.
So, yep. I'm going to gain the 3 life in battle, right?
So it's when he attacks, he gains lifesteal.
Oh, when he attacks, he has life steal. So does something have life steal, like other things have life steal, even when it's not attacking, or is it just when they're attacking for all of them?
So lifesteal is he only gains lifesteal when he attacks, but sundering is any damage left over, so you will deal 2 damage to my other lane.
Oh, what? Even in defense?
Yep, it just says cards with sundering upon damage calculation applied any damage to their attack which is greater the health to the opposing lane.
So some people can have life steal for both attack or not attack or whatever, but this one specifically has it for attack.
Right.
And then the excess damage from this goes to you, and I gain. No, I don't gain 3. We just went over that.
Yeah, his card would gain life for lifesteal if you were attacking. But with my rain effect, I will destroy you because I died in battle.
When I leave a lane, destroy all the opposing Eternals in that lane and send them to the afterworld, remove me from the game. So he gets removed from the game, right?
Yep. And I will draw a card.
how does your
So,
this lane have 0 life?
so I was at 2, and your Sundering did 2. Because you have a 3 attack, and I only had 1 HP. So
By
that's 2
sundering?
extra. So your keyword for your Strife Dragon is Sundering.
Yeah. Why didn't it do it to this lane?
Because it says opposing lane.
It says opposing lane?
Oh, well, that actually... I guess that is true. It would go to this lane. Because that is opposing lane, yeah. That's my bad.
Okay.
So
And
I
you
will play
can't play
Rain.
anything in this lane yet, because this is still only the second one.
Yeah, this is the end of your opponent's second judgment phase. So I've already passed my second judgment phase.
Oh, okay.
So I will play this for 1. I will play Hanako for 3, and I will pass turn.
I'll drop a card.
It's a close game. I got to come back now. Oh, I forgot to change my champion out. Never mind. Guess there's next turn. Stop copying me.
Okay. Oops. Alright, so these guys... Move to combat.
Sure.
Attack unit.
Strife.
What?
Didn't see that coming.
So he'll go to exile.
Yep, so you will get, and I will go up 1 counter.
I will pay 2 gems and return this guy to the deck and summon a different basic version.
Sure.
Come on.
Yeah, it goes in the same lane.
Oh, it goes in the same lane? Oh, no,
Yeah.
I was going to send it over to the other lane and go. Well, either way.
Get some damage in.
Yeah. Where did it go? Why did I not... Did I run out of all 3 copies of my Hanakos? Counter assault. This is the guy. The counter assault is the guy I put into my deck. So I can't get a counter assault with it. I have to get the quantum coercion.
I'm not supposed to be helping Nick. I'm trying to win here.
Yeah, I'll have to wait till next turn. If I don't just get killed out. If I don't get board wiped.
Drops the rain next turn.
Yeah. Oops. I guess we pass turn here. What's the one that, hold on, timeout. So, this Hanako right here. So before the end of my turn, this Hanako, Quantum's Coercion. If I'm summoned by another Hanako, you can add one face down or one face up card from your afterworld to your hand. So that's this card, right? Go return that
Yes.
to my hand. That's why. That's why I knew it. That's the third one. Yep, that's beautiful. Okay. I mean, you don't know that though, but proceed.
Okay, so I'm gonna charge now.
Yeah. The Hanako being in the other zone there. Yeah.
Combat. Deal 4. Strike.
Yeah. I'm just gonna grab another soda real quick. I'll be right back. You can proceed. I can hear you and talk from here.
Okay. Play my haste Hanako.
Yep.
When she's summoned, I'm going to crush one.
Yep.
And destroy unit.
Okay.
I'm going to kill your rain, your one-shot rain.
Okay.
I could have played this well.
I don't think I have any responses that I can do, so just do whatever you're doing.
Combat.
Yeah.
Attack your lane for 2.
Yeah.
I will strike. Play Quantum.
Yep.
Quantum effect. I will add my last face down back to me. Combat.
Yeah.
2 to lane. One to lane. Play rain.
Yeah.
Play rain.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
What's Shadow Strike again? Can't be blocked.
Can't be enticed, so
Okay.
it gets around enticed. Pass turn.
All right. I will drop for turn.
Don't mind me, I'm just putting stuff back. I just put it one face up.
You want to pass turn for me though?
Yeah.
Because it won't let me untap everything until you do. Move to combat.
Sure. Enter combat step.
Attack lane.
I will activate Hanako's burst. Remove this, this, and I think this one. Yeah, remove these three. I will move my assassin over, and then we will battle instead.
So the assassin and him will battle.
Yes.
Okay, so they trade.
Yep. Rain will activate twice. Oh, Rain will get 2 counters.
Move to combat.
Sure.
Attack lane.
I'll take 4.
Combat.
Sure.
Attack lane.
Sure.
Strike effect.
I will.
Oh, you're gonna counter that.
Rain. Yeah, I'll counter that one.
And then it destroys it. Oops.
Yeah, negate destroy. Rain will gain a counter.
I think I'm running out of resources pretty quickly here.
It's good. Look what you drew.
Oh, do I still have my hand exposed? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Yep, but I have to make it to next turn.
I mean, you can play it now.
That costs 1. Oh, that only costs 1?
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, so you got 1, 2. You got 6 damage on that side and more than 2 on this side, so. What I really need to be able to do is deal with your units. Which means I should switch out to Hanako.
What's your second champion? Your
The rain.
the Rain. Okay. Oh, you didn't put it in yet. Okay.
I know I did. I put it in.
No, not to discard, but to your pile.
What's that?
Oh, I was saying your fruit to your underworld.
Oh. What do I want to do to try to get through this? Like all of my hasty creatures are gone. So does my assassin have to be untapped for Hanako's second ability?
Target my assassin and one enemy in the opposing lane. Move your assassin to that lane and immediately do it. Doesn't state active, so I'm assuming that you could do your exhausted.
Do do do.
Yeah, you can move exhausted.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
And I can only use Hanako's first ability once, right?
Yeah.
Once per turn.
Once per turn, yeah.
I think I have answers to not die this turn, but we gotta just see what you gotta do too. So I think the first thing that we want to do is maybe play that guy out.
Okay. And uncrush all 4.
Yeah.
You're 5.
No, 5, 4. Alright, so yeah. And he does not have haste, so that's fine though. So I can use both of Hanako's abilities, right? I just only use them each once.
Right.
And I can only use the abilities on my quantum counter assault on my turn, right? I can only use the pinks and
Correct.
greens on my turn.
The green will be a trigger, so whenever it
Okay.
dies in battle, it will trigger. But the other 2, yeah. Well, the second 2, or like the last 2 are triggers. The first one you can only activate anything.
Trying to think. See, I think the only other one that I can bring out is the one that can return something from my afterworld, which I don't have anything in there. So the Aether Assassins target my assassin in one. So what does the R3 do? It removes it from the game,
Yeah, removes it from the game.
and I need to have 3 Hanako units.
3 Anako Eternals, either hand, discard, or afterlife.
Yeah, I'm gonna have plenty in the.
Yeah, you've seen them all.
And it would remove them to where?
You can just put it in your expel, and it removes it for game.
Okay, it does remove the game. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I think we just passed turn here now.
Okay. Draw.
Yeah.
Enter combat.
Yeah.
Tack 2 to your lane.
Activate Hanako's champion's ability to take 1, 2, 3. Send them to my. I will bring him here, and these two will kill each other.
So when your ability resolves to move, I will then activate my effect. Maybe. Maybe. No, what are you, a 4? Yeah, you're a full 1. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we'll crash.
Okay. And then...
Hey, Nick, can you activate Rain's Negate on a reflex? Or because it activates in hand, you won't be able to see it? Oh, I don't see it. Okay. Combat.
Yeah.
2 to lane.
Yeah.
Four to lane.
Block.
That's fine. So I will see 1 die, so I'll gain 1. Summon kinetic.
What's a kinetic?
Hanako kinetic execution.
Oh, the hasty guy? Okay.
Hasty haste. Combat.
Yeah.
2 to lane.
Yeah.
Strike.
Yep. Yep.
Arrive if, when she's summoned by another Hanako, I will...
Yeah. Underworld. Bring it back to Hanako.
Yeah. Let's see if I have one in here. I do. I will shuffle that one back.
Yep.
Pay 2. Tag her out.
Yeah.
When she is summoned, I'm going to crush a gem and destroy your ultimate.
Let me see. So when she's summoned...
Okay. So you will take 2 life.
Oh. Okay.
Dang, I'm short.
Mm-hmm. Plus I have 1 gem left for my Hanako.
I'm going to swap champions.
What?
Pester.
You're gonna reduce the attack of my Hanako. You brutal beast.
And actually, I can't see your discard. Like, I can't see your underworld. Can you open it on your side, and I'll tell you. Yeah, it still won't let me. It's fine. It's your go.
Alright. I will drop return.
Sure.
Move to combat.
Sure.
Swing for lane.
I'm at 0.
Boom. Make my guy 5/5.
Sure. He can't attack directly, though.
Why can't he?
It's the pepper ability says you can't attack directly.
Oh.
So
Well
take the pepper
then.
back.
Hold on. Timeout then.
Yeah.
Timeout.
And this is and this is removed.
It's removed.
Yeah, when she attacks, she removes herself from the game.
Okay. Well then. That wasn't what I wanted to do.
Does Thomas sneak a win in? I think he does.
Move to combat.
Sure.
Actually, so what I'll do is I'll play this, make it a 5/5 combat
Sure.
attack. Here. Come
Sure. I will gain +1 for dying.
I will activate her ability.
Sure.
Send to top.
You don't have another rush unit. You
I know.
removed all 3 of yours.
I know. I know. I know that. Oh, how I know that. Do I have a different Hanako, though? I think I only have one other Hanako left. If I'm summoned by another Hanako, you can add 1 face down or face up cost 3 less from your afterward, which I have none. So it's just gonna chill out there, and I will pass the turn.
Draw turn. Judgment. Enter combat.
Yeah.
Attempt for game.
Activate the first ability. Expel basic eternal I control or basic
So pay for and
enemy.
crush.
Yeah.
Okay.
And crush? What's or
Yeah,
crush?
you pay. It's pay for your basic. Pay for and
That's
crush
not
for your.
that's not one. Oh my gosh, I hate on tap so much right now. Oh, I guess
Yeah,
I
it's
guess that
pay
is
for.
4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's so funny. All right. So yeah,
And then you crush one.
it says or crush one.
So the or crush one is when it goes to your opponent's basic. So if you wanted to remove one of
Huh?
yours, you would pay 4. If you wanted to remove mine, you pay 4 and crush 1.
It doesn't say any of that.
I'll show you the update. Hold on, I'll put the updated text in.
It literally says none of that.
So there's the updated one. It's either player's turn. You pay 4. I can expel 1 basic unit I control, or crush 1 for an additional cost, and expel a basic enemy unit.
Alright, yeah, so I'll crush 1 because that's even better than what I was hoping to be able to do.
So this will remove, and then I will pay 1.
Yeah, do you have another one?
Pay 2 and put it back. Wait, I don't have one either.
Ah, yes! Burn through them all. Oh.
Oh, it's in
Take
my
that.
discard.
Take that, Thomas. What's the playsets in a deck? 4 or 3?
3. Oh, it's in my expel. GG.
GG.
Yeah, playsets are 3.
Okay.
So that's Ethernia. I will be right back.
Okay. Sounds good. Alright, so there's a lot to learn. There's a lot of the keywords. So any game that has keywords in it, there's always going to be a lot to learn just based off the keywords. There's definitely also a lot more to learn to try to figure everything out, and we will be figuring everything out as we go. I think like some of the rules are a little bit easier to ignore until you get deeper into it, but like even so, like you still gotta stay on top of everything at the same time. Oh, that was fun overall. Review. The rain ultimate? Yeah, I was waiting for it. I was waiting for the right opportunity. So, I'm a bit of a tempo player. I like to hold my last resort until my last resort, right? I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting to see what he's going to do. I'm trying to like soak up as much response as he could possibly drop before he actually gets there. That way, I'm not totally screwed over if he pulls something over. So like for me, it was kind of all about just waiting to make sure that I could get there first.
Well, I had a great time playing. I do have to
Likewise.
run, unfortunately.
Okay.
But I will be around.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks for hanging out and keeping us entertained.
I think that's probably a good time for me to get offline too. It's a good stream, 4 hour stream, nice and solid. Go spend some time with my wife. I'll be on weekdays all week this week, so it's gonna be a long week.
Well, thanks for making a super fun game. We really appreciate
Hmm. I will continue to practice beating Tom up.
it. Hey, you only get wins with structure deck or with the starter deck. As soon as I get my
Okay.
champion stuff, it's over.
Okay, level 1 judge. Alright,
Yeah.
we'll see. We'll see.
Have a good night, guys.
See you, you too. So there we go. That's our first shot at this. The win I will never let go. That's right. This is the one win. This is the one I get. After this is no more. This is the one. Let's see. So yeah, so we're getting through the cards. I got to see a lot of the cards so far. I'm really liking the Hanako theme a lot better than the other themes, but I also didn't really get to abuse the other themes the same way. Um, Let me see what I could see in them. Like, I feel like I just didn't draw the other ones as much. I feel like I just drew so many more Hanako cards than I did Strife or Rain cards. If your opponent activates a snare or charm quick effect, you can negate that effect, and if you do, destroy that card. How does this card work? It has to be in play. Okay, it has to just be in play and you activate it. But you can only activate it once. Okay. Visions of the future, pay 5 life, expel top card, and face down and draw a card. So that's cool for setting up to switch into the Hanako pattern. So I guess I would probably start with the Strife, and I would start using that first ability and put some cards in my Afterworld zone. That way, when I switch into the Hanako pattern, I can actually use that Hanako unit to be able to drop cards in from the Afterworld back to my hand to get that value returned to me. I think that would be the right pattern for play there. Or my allies that attack cannot be destroyed by card effects until the end of damage calculation. Yeah. You can pay 1 and target an Eternal in this lane. It gains haste until end of turn. Okay, so that's totally different. That's not even a little different. That's a lot different. So let's see what this next one is here. We got the lifesteal guy. Okay. Only when he attacks. Sundering. Is it like trample? Got it. Okay. That's pretty good. Uh, Wyland's fan. Got to use that once. That was pretty good. And Ikari's Forbidden Arrow. I have not gotten to use the Forbidden Arrow yet. Target one non-eternal, non-champion card in this lane, destroy it. Okay, so that's for pretty much any of the response cards in that lane. You could also use that to destroy an item, right? So, and Ashes of Ethernia. We got a couple of those. So what is there? Two of those in the deck, I think. And there was like the Fountain of Ethernia. I'm guessing there's two of those. Two fountains, two fruits, two snares. Sorry, two ashes and two obliterations in the deck. Obliteration engines. In the structured deck so far from basically what I've seen. Oh, and two Pippi's Pepper Plant. Quantum Kitten. Okay. After your second judgment phase, so after your second judgment phase after this card's activation, you can expel this card to the afterworld, and then reveal cards from the top of your deck until you reveal an Eternal. Summon that Eternal, ignoring its summoning requirements and costs. Return any non-eternal cards revealed this way back to your deck and then shuffle it. Okay. So you play the spell, and then you wait, and then when it comes back around again to the end of your um, second judgment phase, then you get to use this ability. That's definitely a very much a strong setup card. And we got, oh, the stone, very nice, and the coin. Okay. Okay, so we have 3 ashes, 3 fruit, 3 fountain, and 3 Hanako. So we do have only 1 of those ultimate items, 2 arrows, 3 engines, and 2. So yeah, this is only showing me half the deck here. I don't much love untap. But yeah, alright. So there's that. What can I do with this thing here? Yeah, it works. It's getting there. Part of the untapped problem is like I don't know how to use it as well as it's just difficult to use. I like Tabletop Simulator just because you can actually see the cards, you can zoom into the cards better since you can read them. Like I'm probably going to literally have to open up this file every time I want to play, just to be able to read the cards in here. But I'll make that work. So, anybody out there listening in have any questions, thoughts that they're curious about? Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I have Tabletop Simulator right here, ready to go. Um, I enjoy it because like I said, the cards are a lot easier to use. You can deck build on tabletop a lot easier as well. So as long as whoever's in charge of maintaining the mod can continuously update the cards, they can continuously put the best, all the current cards in there. And additionally, each card artwork can be updated to the coolest card artwork for that card very easily if they wanted to. So that's fun as well. Makes it very much easier for streaming, and a lot easier for streaming, and a lot easier for deck building. Because like you can't really deck build on tabletop. I'm sorry, on Untapped very well. You have to have like a list of cards that you already know what your deck is going to be, and then come to untap. Like you can actually just sit down on Tabletop Simulator and be like, okay, here are all the cards, all organized in their little spots, and then I can just be like, I'm gonna actually visually look through the cards that way, and make piles and move things around and stuff. Let's see, we'll go ahead and leave out this game here. Uh, what's Dueling Book? Is that the Yu-Gi-Oh program that they use for playing Yu-Gi-Oh? Okay. All right. So, for those of you out there hanging out, check out Ethernia. I'm gonna go ahead and play their intro video for you guys here real quick.
Held in the echoes, secrets that we know, doors that open for us in a moment. Keeping the light on, righting our old wrongs, keeping our sights on everything we want. We catch our breath in the middle of it all, chasing echoes. Sun is coming up over us, it's coming. Crystal vision. Like a fever, burning up, yeah, we're on fire. True believer, we're walking on that wire. I can see on the horizon ours. We can feel it, chasing the light is like a fever, burning up, yeah, we're on fire. True believer, we're walking on that wire. I can see on the horizon ours. We can feel it, chasing the light is on.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So that was Rain, Strife, and Hanako. They're doing battle. It looks like Rain was the bad guy in this,
Welcome back to the Institute of Ethernia.
but I don't really know too much of what the lore was. Can you give a quick little drop down on the lore, Nick? All right. Actually, let's pop up some lore. Let's see what this page looks like here. Lore. All right. Sacrifice and obsession. Sacred pen. Must devour. Lineage. Again and again. All right. So which one's the first one? Is it top bottom as far as the story goes, or is it bottom to top? Or yeah. Okay. Nice. That's a great segment right there. That's a good. I won't read it on stream just because it's too long for stream. But that looks pretty awesome. Well, everybody. Again, once again, thank you all for popping in. Thank you for everybody who came in tonight. We are looking forward to continuing to practice this game and continuing to get better at it ourselves. That way, we can bring you the best content in all of the realm of Ethernia. As I was told, it is a realm, not a world or a plane. So that's going to be pretty awesome. We're happy to be here with you guys and try to continue to work through learning the cards, which is always going to be the hardest part of any card game that you play. And it's exciting to work with a game like this. It's a nice breath of fresh air for a collector who doesn't want to spend too much money in a game, and it's just going to be a lot of fun. So thank you all for being here, and we will continue to be here for you. Everybody have a wonderful night, and I will talk to you again soon.